for almost 1 year were advocating for boycott. They used all the tools in their possession to launch a campaign to boycott Cop29 in Baku. And I have bad news for them. We have 72,000 registered participants from 196 countries. Among them, 80 presidents, vice presidents, and prime ministers. So the world gathered in Baku, and we say to the world, welcome to Azerbaijan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. It is an equally distinct honor to welcome His Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, to address this distinguished gathering.
President Aliyev, I thank you, the COP President Mukhtar Babayev, and the government of Azerbaijan for your welcome and hospitality. The Presidents can count on our full cooperation in your efforts to achieve the successful COP we all need. Excellencies and friends, the sound you hear is the ticking clock. We are in the final countdown to limit global temperature rise to 1.5 degrees Celsius. And time is not on our side. Exhibit A 2024, with the hottest day on record and the hottest months on record, this is almost certain to be the hottest year on record. And the masterclass in climate destruction. Families running for their lives before the next hurricane strikes. Biodiversity destroyed in sweltering seas. Workers and pilgrims collapsing in insufferable heat. Floods tearing through communities and tearing down infrastructure. Children going to bed hungry as droughts ravage crops. And all these disasters and more are being supercharged by human-made climate change. And no country is spared. In our global economy, supply chain shocks raise costs everywhere. Decimated harvests push up food prices everywhere. Destroyed homes increase insurance premiums everywhere. And this is a story of avoidable injustice. The rich cause the problem, the poor pay the highest price. Oxfam finds the richest billionaires emit more carbon in an hour and a half than the average person does in a lifetime. Now, unless emissions plummet and adaptation soars, every economy will face far greater fury. But there is every reason to hope. Excellencies, at COP28, all you agreed to move away from fossil fuels, to accelerate net zero energy systems, setting milestones to get there, to boost climate adaptation, and to align the next round of economy-wide national climate action plans, or NDCs, with 1.5 degree limit. It's time to deliver. Humanity is behind you. A poll by the University of Oxford and the United Nations Development Programme finds that 80% of people around the world want more climate action. Scientists, activists, and young people are demanding change. They must be heard, not silenced. And the economic imperative is clearer and more compelling. With every renewables rollout, every innovation and every price drop. Last year, and for the first time, the amount invested in grids and renewables overtook the amount spent on fossil fuels. And almost everywhere, solar and wind are the cheapest source of new electricity. So doubling down on fossil fuels is absurd. The clean energy revolution is here. No group, no business, and no government can stop it. But you can and must ensure it is fair and fast enough to limit global temperature rise to 1.5 degrees Celsius. And I urge you to focus on three priorities. First, emergency emissions reductions. To limit global temperature rise to 1.5 degrees Celsius, we must cut global emissions 9% every year. By 2030, they must be down 43% on 2019 levels. Unfortunately, they are still growing at the present moment. Now, at this COP, you must agree to rules for fair, effective carbon markets that support that fight. Yesterday, you made an important first step. You must build on it by agreeing rules for markets that respect the rights of local communities and leave no space for greenwashing or land grabbing. By next COP, you must deliver new economy-wide national climate action plans. And you have agreed that your new plans will align with 1.5 degrees. That means they must cover all emissions and the whole economy. Advance global goals to triple renewables capacity, double energy efficiency, and halt deforestation by 2030. To slash global fossil fuel production and consumption 30% by the same date. And to align national energy transition strategies and sustainable development priorities with climate action to attract the needed investment. All these must be achieved in line with the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities in the light of different national circumstances. But all countries must do their part, and the G20 must lead. They are the largest emitters with the greatest capacities and responsibilities. They must bring their technological know-how together with developed countries supporting emerging economies. And every nation must have the tools and resources for climate action. And the United Nations is ready to support that effort every step on the way. We are supporting developing countries with new NDCs through the Climate Promise Initiative, and striving for justice in the renewables revolution through our panel on critical energy transition minerals. But ultimately, only you can deliver on national ambition and action. Only you can beat the clock on 1.5 degrees. Excellencies, second, you must do more to protect your people from the ravages of the climate crisis. The most vulnerable are being abandoned to climate extremes. The gap between adaptation needs and finance could reach up to $359 billion a year by 2030. And these missing dollars are not abstractions on a balance sheet. They are lives taken, harvests lost, and development denied. Now more than ever, finance promises must be kept, and developed countries must race the clock to double adaptation finance to at least $40 billion a year by 2025. Adaptation investments can transform economies, driving progress across the Sustainable Development Goals. We need countries' new climate action plans to set out adaptation financing needs. And we need every person on Earth to be protected by an alert system by 2027, in line with our early warnings for all initiatives. And we need climate justice, particularly a surge in pledges to the new loss and damage funds and commitments turning into cash, with finance pouring into the fund's coffers. But we also need a fundamental step change across the board. And so, Excellencies, the third priority is finance. Developing countries eager to act are facing many obstacles: scant public finance, raging cost of capital, crashing climate disasters, and debt servicing that soaks up funds. The result? Adaptation denied and a tale of two transitions. Last year, developing and emerging markets outside China received just 15 cents per every dollar invested in clean energy globally. Cop29 must tear down the walls of climate finance. Developing countries must not leave Baku empty-handed. A deal is a must, and I'm confident it will be reached. We need a new finance goal that meets the moment. And 5 elements are critical to success. First, a significant increase in concessional public finance. Second, a clear indication of how public finance will mobilize the trillions of dollars developing countries need. Third, tapping innovative sources, particularly levies on shipping, aviation and fossil fuel extraction, based on the principle that polluters must pay. And force a framework for greater accessibility, transparency and accountability, giving developing countries confidence that the money will materialize. First, boosting lending capacity for bigger and bolder multilateral development banks. And I hope some good news will come. That requires a major recapitalization and requires reforms of their business models, including so that they can leverage far more private finance. The resources available may seem insufficient, but they can be multiplied with a meaningful change in how the multilateral system works. Big sums require big change. The Cop29 outcome must build on the Pact for the Future, agreed by consensus in New York in September, and drive progress. And I urge the major MDB shareholders to use their position to push for change. There is no time to lose. On climate finance, the world must pay up or humanity will pay the price. Excellencies, in this crucial period, you and your governments must be guided by a clear truth. Climate finance is not charity, it's an investment. Climate action is not optional, it's an imperative. Both are indispensable to a livable world for all humanity and a prosperous future for every nation on earth. The clock is ticking. I count on you and I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. It is a pleasure to invite Ms. Maimouna Mohd Sharif, Mayor of Kuala Lumpur and former Executive Director of the United Nations Human Settlements Programme, to the podium to share her remarks.
His Excellency Mr. Ilham Aliyev, President of the Republic of Azerbaijan, His Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, His Excellency Mr. Mukhtar Babayev, Cop29 President, Excellencies, Head of State, heads of government, heads of the delegations to the 29th Conference of Parties, or Cop29, ambassadors, mayors, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam Malaysia Madani. And good afternoon to all of you. It is a great honor for me to address all of you from the front lines of the climate crisis, speaking for all the major local governments network, the four mayors and community leaders, and as a woman leaders from the grassroots community, and also as a grandmother myself. I'm very grateful for the opportunity given by COP and given by the President to convey the voices of the common people. Due to the climate change and the extreme weather events, all our life, especially those of us from the vulnerable communities, have now become a daily struggle. Yet I can say that with absolute confidence that the people we serve are looking to all of you to continue to deliver on their hopes for a better future. As a former Under-Secretary General and Executive Director of UN Habitat, I welcome and congratulate the Cop29 presidency for the collaborative and far-sighted manner forming a partnership with Dubai and Belém that ensures continuity in the deliberation and decision taken as each COP. I also thank the COP29 presidency for the continued commitment to host the ministerial meeting on urbanization and climate change that was introduced at Sharm el-Sheikh during COP27 and was expanded to strengthen multi-level climate action in Dubai at COP28. Distinguished delegates, having returned to my country in February this year and having been appointed as the First Lady Mayor of Kuala Lumpur, the capital city of Malaysia, I can testify to the reality that the challenges of the climate change is very real. From the longest heat wave ever recorded in my region to the biggest storm in living memory, Kuala Lumpur, like many cities all over the world, is facing ever greater challenges on a daily basis. The only way cities like Kuala Lumpur and developing world can continue to contribute to the climate goals is to have a consistent annual funding to enable us to preserve urban green spaces and conserve our forested areas as carbon sinks. If we keep innovating to ensure our cities are walkable and invest more in public transport, we can further reduce carbon emission and over-reliance on motor vehicles. To adapt to extreme climate events, I also advocate for more nature-based solutions, including expanding the Smart City concept and making urban centers into biodiversity hubs and create biodiverse cities. Different spelling, S-I-T-I-E-S instead of S-I-T-Y. By 2040, there will be an estimated 1.3 billion tons of plastic polluting the air, water, and food we eat. In fact, each of us now have microplastics in our bloodstream, vital organs, and as for this year, even in babies, in pregnant women. Despite these challenges, I consider ourselves among the luckiest cities and communities living in the region of the world that is relatively peaceful. Mr. President, I thank you for the courage that you have demonstrated in hosting COP29 in Baku, which can only happen because you have managed to convince your fellow leaders to give peace a chance. For without peace, there can be no sustainable development, just as without sustainable development, we cannot win the peace. I thank you for Azerbaijan's contribution to the sustainable urbanization as you rebuild your cities, guided by the new urban agenda and the Sustainable Development Goals. As you know, the Azeri poet Nizami Ganjavi, in his wisdom and his poetic expression, said that, quote unquote, in the hour of adversity, be not without hope, for crystal rain falls from the black clouds. In adversity, we can find opportunities. Let us dig deep in ourselves to find the will to give peace a chance, to make peace with nature, and to make peace with ourselves. I humbly call upon all member states to strengthen multilateralism and strengthen the hand of multilateral organizations like the United Nations to ensure that we leave Cop29 with more concrete actions, timelines, funding to save the planets of today's and future generations. Without collaboration and cooperation, without a whole of society approach, we cannot hope to survive into the next century. The Loss and Damage Fund and this Cop29 is finance Cop and enabling Cop. Let us make sure that the available funds reaches the most needed. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I also would like to thank the Nazami Kanjavi International Center for giving me a platform to continue flipping the script on urbanization. I'm very pleased to belong to the Cop29 International Advisory Committee organized by the NGIC as a platform for the like-minded eminent leaders and scholars to share their experiences and innovative ideas with the Cop29 presidency. I'm glad to say that it is also a gender parity platform, and we will continue to share our recommendation to ensure there is follow-up action during the 12th NGIC Global Baku Forum next year. As we begin our 2-week celebration, let me also urge all member states and all key stakeholders present here today, particularly the business sector, to work collaboratively and find ways to make immediate serious action so that we can have this planet a better place than when we inherited it. More importantly, we need to do it now. And as the Malaysian Minister of Environment said at COP16, planet, profit, and then planet, people, and then profit. Mr. President, distinguished delegates, once again, I thank you for this opportunity to sound the clarion call for stronger multi-level climate action. I have always said enough declaration. We want declared action with implementation. Let us take heed of the word Nizami Ganjavi again, speaking to us from the century past, that in our darkest hour, let solution rain down on us to allow us to find the will to live up to the commitments we have made to heal the planet for future generations. Together, let us give planet, people, peace and peace a chance. Together, we should and can fulfill the pact of the future. To all the head of states and to all leaders, please stop all wars, as no sustainable development without peace and no peace without sustainable development. And let us aspire to inspire before we expire. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sharif. Ladies and gentlemen, NASA astronauts Sonny Williams and Nick Hague from the International Space Station shared a video message of gratitude for the COP29 event with special recognition of Azerbaijan's efforts.
Greetings from the International Space Station. I'm NASA astronaut Sonny Williams, along with my NASA crewmate Nick Hague.
When we look down on the Earth from 260 miles above, it's clear how interconnected we all are. We orbit the Earth every 90 minutes and can see how our planet is changing. from increased extreme weather like hurricanes to shrinking glaciers and increased wildfires. Through instruments on the space station and our fleet of Earth-observing satellites, NASA and our partners are observing our planet and the effects of climate change and making our data free to the world.
Our missions help gather information about rising seas, greenhouse gases in the atmosphere, global surface temperatures, the warming ocean, deforestation, and plant and animal life in a way that you can only see from space. It is vitally important that the world accelerates its efforts to address the climate crisis in this critical decade. On behalf of our international crew, thank you to Azerbaijan and everyone in Cop29 for your efforts to protect the beauty, wonder, and diversity of our home planet.
Esteemed guests, we are now delighted to begin the cultural program.
sesidir aşık esan. Sordum ki gönül hardadır, aldım bu cevabı. Hiç sorma tapılmaz, onu ağlarsa da insan. Rahmeyle dedim gel.
vətənimdir vətən ey. Vətən sevməyən insan olmaz ey, ey. Vətəni sevməyən insan olmaz. Olsa ol şəxsdə vicdan olmayaz. Ay dadı be, dada yaman ey. Sen beni sen benim köksümde çarpan ürəksən. Mən sənin köksündə kiçik bir zərrə. Mənə qanad verəyəm. Mənə qanad verən o düdləysən. Adına, özünə vətən deyirəm. Çölünə, düzünə vətən deyirəm. Ay dadı be, dada yaman ey. Ya aman aman, ay aman aman, ya aman aman aman.
Saçın uzun hörmezler, gülü gönşe vermediler sargeli. Sevdana sevdadır, seni bana
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the opening session. We would like to thank each of you for your presence and ask you to remain seated as we invite the heads of state and government to the VVIP lounge. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, you are kindly asked to quickly vacate the room to allow converting to UN sitting format. This will allow for the next meeting to start on time. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, you are kindly asked to quickly vacate the room to allow converting to UN sitting format. This will allow for the next meeting to start on time. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, you are kindly asked to quickly vacate the room to allow converting to UN sitting format. This will allow for the next meeting to start on time. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, you are kindly asked to quickly vacate the room to allow converting to UN sitting format. This will allow for the next meeting to start on time. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, you are kindly asked to quickly vacate the room to allow converting to UN sitting format. This will allow for the next meeting to start on time. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, you are kindly asked to quickly vacate the room to allow converting to UN sitting format. This will allow for the next meeting to start on time. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, you are kindly asked to quickly vacate the room to allow converting to UN sitting format. This will allow for the next meeting to start on time. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, you are kindly asked to quickly vacate the room to allow converting to UN sitting format. This will allow for the next meeting to start on time. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, you are kindly asked to quickly vacate the room to allow converting to UN sitting format. This will allow for the next meeting to start on time. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, you are kindly asked to quickly vacate the room to allow converting to UN sitting format. This will allow for the next meeting to start on time. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, you are kindly asked to quickly vacate the room to allow converting to UN sitting format. This will allow for the next meeting to start on time. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, you are kindly asked to quickly vacate the room to allow converting to UN sitting format. This will allow for the next meeting to start on time. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, you are kindly asked to quickly vacate the room to allow converting to UN sitting format. This will allow for the next meeting to start on time. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, you are kindly asked to quickly vacate the room to allow converting to UN sitting format. This will allow for the next meeting to start on time. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, you are kindly asked to quickly vacate the room to allow converting to UN sitting format. This will allow for the next meeting to start on time. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, you are kindly asked to quickly vacate the room to allow converting to UN sitting format. This will allow for the next meeting to start on time. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, you are kindly asked to quickly vacate the room to allow converting to UN sitting format. This will allow for the next meeting to start on time. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, you are kindly asked to quickly vacate the room to allow converting to UN sitting format. This will allow for the next meeting to start on time. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, you are kindly asked to quickly vacate the room to allow converting to UN sitting format. This will allow for the next meeting to start on time. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, you are kindly asked to quickly vacate the room to allow converting to UN sitting format. This will allow for the next meeting to start on time. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, you are kindly asked to quickly vacate the room to allow converting to UN sitting format. This will allow for the next meeting to start on time. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, you are kindly asked to quickly vacate the room to allow converting to UN sitting format. This will allow for the next meeting to start on time. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, you are kindly asked to quickly vacate the room to allow converting to UN sitting format. This will allow for the next meeting to start on time. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, you are kindly asked to quickly vacate the room to allow converting to UN sitting format. This will allow for the next meeting to start on time. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, you are kindly asked to quickly vacate the room to allow converting to UN sitting format. This will allow for the next meeting to start on time. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, you are kindly asked to quickly vacate the room to allow converting to UN sitting format. This will allow for the next meeting to start on time. Thank you. Okay, Adil. Guys, can we start the rolling and put the timer on the screen, please? Put the timer on the screen, please. No, Adil is there, so, but the technician is in the front away.
Test.
Adil?
Testing one. Test, 1, 1. Testing 1. Test, 1. Test 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Guys. Hold on, guys. Hold on with the stage. Hold on with the stage that we clear out a little bit there. Okay? We have time, so hold on. Adil, I need the timer.
Testing 1. Test 1. Test 1. Test 1.
Guys, this is not the moment. Seriously, this is not the moment. Go. This is not the moment.
Test 1. Test 1. Test 1.
Okay, wait for the stage, guys. Wait that we clear out. Wait that we clear out this, and wait for the stage, okay?
Testing 1. Test 1. Test 1, 2, 3.
Adil, the timer in the middle, please. Thank you. Yes, this one can go, but before we move that, let them clear that. This one can go, yes.
But it's not us. That's why I want to come and take it.
Test 1. Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1. Test 1. Test 1, 2, 3. Testing 1. Testing 1. 1, 2, 3.
Okay, who is moving that? Who is moving the round? Credo. Those ones are turned. Guys, no. Those ones, the two at the extremity are turned 25 degrees. So those ones are like that. And the last one too.
Bakın.
Sen bir yana parti.
Sound check. makineyi söndürmezsem. Sound check.
Wait. No, guys.
Yeah, but pay attention. We have to do the touch-up. Okay. Yeah, paint. This is a paint. Okay. Yeah. Simultaneously, we have to finish.
Ils sont combien?
Ils sont 3, je crois.
Tu récupères les badges par contre dès qu'ils sont rentrés.
Ils doivent brancher leur truc, elle est au courant, Caroline. Juste tu récupères bien les badges quand ils... Why did they do anything there?
Why did somebody touch your lectern? Who has told you to touch your lectern? You're running on the cable. Who told you to touch your lectern?
No one. Now it's in the same position as yesterday because of this fire.
Okay, everybody move away from the lectern. Nobody touch that.
Okay, one question. You have camera license. Are they supposed to be? Yeah, camera license. Yeah, behind the scenes. Yes, I will put it there. Yes.
How you doing, Natalie? You good? Yeah, that will be fine. Everything will work, don't worry. I don't know why this team moved and come and start to take away the lecture.
Nico guy, for some reason. I don't know why he even...
Anyway, let's...
It's fine, don't worry. Yes.
You are bringing the two here.
This doesn't go there. Carmen.
There used to be 2 camera risers here. You need
Hold on for that. Can you call Grace and ask her to come? She doesn't want this here. If she can come, to tell her exactly where she wants it. Please, try. That's what I said.
Gregor, can we have somebody that put the microphone back fine on the 3 first row, please?
attended to lunch. I'm here for the wireless mics. You keep it.
Am I I'm in the right one? Because no, I'm wondering, because it is based on the minute by minute, it starts at 1.
High-level segment is here.
1:30.
Yes.
So
But
I'm not taking-
they're late because they finished late. So they're probably going to start at 2 o'clock. Here. Yes. Yes.
Grace was sitting here. How does it work? How does it work with your camera?
I don't know. I asked Grace to come.
She was here. How does it work?
She doesn't want a holding area here. She never asked for it.
She asked me for the holding area here because
No. Okay. Okay. Stan, can I get the lectern camera, please, on?
Just left right.
Sorry, guys. Guys. A little bit more.
Is he like me?
No, a little bit less. There you go. Don't touch it. We're too low in the mirrors.
Yeah, it's too tall. It's too tall. I need to lower it and then
Yes, you need to lower it down. Yeah. Okay, for all the people that have finished their job, I need them to vacate the room, please. Okay, guys, I need the lectern camera on at least one of the screen, please.
Careful. He's going to take my poles out. No. Yeah, it's like, gotta watch where she's going.
On which tables? There's no president, those are delegates. They go and pick it up.
How's it going, Dimitri? Better?
We're on time. I would do this. Oh, too much. Go up. Up. Ouais.
Tu nous as parlé au lectern
Go up again.
Ouais, c'est petit là.
Ouais.
Tu parles là, donc du coup sur cet écran-là, il faut que tu vois la vidéo.
Oh, il me fait chier.
Oui, mais on nous a parlé en fonction de la vidéo.
Ça veut dire que les autres la verront pas. Non, ils parlent pas en fonction de la vidéo. La vidéo, elle démarre quand il arrive au pupitre.
On en parlera, mais...
Non, mais je l'ai vu.
Mais on en parlera. Il dira après, et puis j'avais pas la vidéo.
Bah, ouais. Okay, we good on this one? Turn. This one is good. Turn down a little bit this one. A little bit. Too much. Bring it up. Up. Go for it. Okay. Again. We're good. Check it. Okay, Stan. Guys, can you stop the clock? Put back the screens on. Thank you. Okay, can you center the lectern, please?
Henry, can we have the light on the lectern and the flag, please? Henry, do we have the lights on the flags? Can we have a little bit more?
Je leur dis de pas la mettre. Guys. Hello. I told you not to put it on because the Secretariat has to see the President sitting on stage. Okay? So the camera at least needs to move back on the stage. Yes, move it back. That's what I told you not to put the stage on because the people sitting there have to see the President.
Sorry, we need to make a sound check.
Testing 1 2 3 4. Testing 1 2 3 4. Testing. No.
Sound check. Check. Sound check. Sound check. 1 2 3. 1 2 2. Okay.
Little bit. Seven? It's okay, 7. Sorry? Maybe. Little.
No. Dimitri. No touch. Because there's Turkey, there's Jordan. It has to be for
هاي فين.
not for one.
خلاص تمام 7.
Sound. 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 Sound check. Sound. 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 Sound check for plenary room. Sound check.
Yeah, push.
This is sound check for the plenary rooms. This is sound check for the plenary room. Sound check. Sound check. This is sound check for plenary room. Plenary 1. Sound check. This is sound check. This is sound check. Sound. Yes, of course.
Guys, we have 5 minutes to be ready. So all the people that are finished their job, I need to vacate the room. We have 5 minutes.
Sound check. This is sound check. This is sound check. Sound check. Bence çok yukarıda. Okay. This is sound check. Sound.
Okay, guys. Guys, we have 2 minutes. We have 2 minutes. We're going to make an announcement, the VIP, and people will start walking in. So. Where are the 2 gates? It's fine. I mean, we cannot do other one. He's coming.
Sound check. Sound check. Sound check. Sound check.
Guys,
sound check.
Dorcas.
Sound check.
Okay, is a code over there? Media.
Dorcas.
You'll meet over
You
there.
can start to let party.
Sound check. Sound check first.
Thank you, man.
Sound check. Sound check.
Jan.
Sound check.
Only 150. That's okay.
Fantastic. I can take one.
Did you introduce to Grace to the 2 guys?
Yeah, the 2 guys is coming. I will introduce.
Okay, because you have to change there
Yes.
and there. Guys, can we put the clock at 0? And it doesn't start until the first one, the clock at 3. The clock at 3 and it doesn't start. 3, not 13, not 30, 3 minutes. Tell me now. Okay, here I need the program. Exactly. I need the HB camera here.
Greece?
T'es où? Tu peux mettre le lecteur dans à la hauteur normale, s'il te plaît? Yann, regarde si ça marche de là-bas. Yes, Michael. Hello. Yes. I mean, this goes to the MCR. I've talked to them. I talked to them. I mean, I don't know what to do. I mean, I don't control it from the room. I mean, yeah. Okay. Okay, I need you guys to shut the streaming. I don't.
just open. Ekselansları, sayın delegasyonlar. Efendim, yerlerinize yerleşmenizi rica edebilir miyiz başlayabilmemiz için? Sayın delegeler. Efendim, ayakta olan delegelerimiz var. Yerlerinizi almanızı rica edebilir miyiz? Teşekkür ederiz.
Delegates, honored guests, welcome to the ceremonial opening of the high-level segment for heads of state and government on the occasion of the 29th session of the Conference of the Parties, the 19th session of the Conference of the Parties serving as the meeting of the parties to the Kyoto Protocol.
6. Taraflar Konferansı ve Paris Anlaşması'nın paydaşları ve tarafları toplantılarına hepiniz hoş geldiniz. Bu öğleden sonra Ekselansları Sayın Clement Young bizlerle beraber oluyor.
General Assembly and Professor Jim Keir, Chair of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. Distinguished delegates, it is my pleasure to invite the Executive Secretary of the United Nations Climate Change Secretariat, Simon Steele, to address the plenary. Executive Secretary, you have the floor.
Excellencies, we used to talk about climate action as being mostly about saving future generations. But there's been a seismic shift in the global climate crisis. Because the climate crisis is fast becoming an economy killer right now, today, in this political cycle. Climate impacts are carving up to 5% off GDP in many countries. The climate crisis is a cost of living crisis because climate disasters are driving up costs for households and businesses. Worsening climate impacts will put inflation on steroids unless every country can take bolder climate action. Let's learn the lessons from the pandemic, when billions suffered because we didn't take the collective action fast enough, when supply chains were smashed. Let's not make that mistake again. Climate finance is global inflation insurance. Rampant climate costs should be public enemy number one. Letting this issue languish halfway down cabinet agendas is a recipe for disaster. But this isn't just about saving your economies and your people. Bolder climate action can drive economic opportunity and abundance everywhere. Cheap, clean energy can be the bedrock of your economies. It means more jobs, more growth, less pollution choking cities, healthier citizens, and stronger businesses. Billions of people simply cannot afford for their government to leave Cop29 without a global climate finance goal. So for leaders here and back in capitals, make it clear that you expect a strong set of outcomes. Tell your negotiators, skip the posturing and move directly to finding common ground. Bring those positions together. We also need your direct engagement on new national climate targets and plans, NDCs. So all of you can benefit from the boom in clean energy and climate resilience. These are not easy times, but despair is no strategy, and it's not warranted. Our process is strong, and it will endure. After all, international cooperation is the only way humanity survives global heating. The time for hand-wringing is over, so let's get on with the job. I thank you.
Thank you, Executive Secretary. It is my singular pleasure to invite His Excellency Philemon Yang, President of the United Nations General Assembly, to deliver a message to the plenary. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, we meet at a moment of great need. We must undertake several measures to avert further climate disaster and ensure our resilience. How can we do that? Firstly, we must deliver on the necessary finance commitments. Let me be clear, without financing, climate action will simply not happen. So a first key outcome of Cop29 must be the delivery of a new collective quantified goal for climate finance to address the unmet promise of $100 billion per year to support developing countries in their climate response. Climate finance should be additional to official development assistance. To put it simply, no developing country should have to choose between sustainable development and addressing climate change. We need to achieve both at the same time. I am pleased to note that the Loss and Damage Fund exists since last year, and I hope to see ambitious pledges towards it as we go forward. Excellencies, a second key outcome of Cop29 must be to continue to pursue efforts while reaffirming our goal to limit global temperatures as we agreed to in Paris and last September with the Pact for the Future. Our third outcome at Cop29 is to fix the adaptation dilemma. As it stands, current global financial flows for adaptation, both private and public, remain insufficient, as highlighted by the sixth assessment report of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. As a result, our capacity to implement effective adaptation strategies and build resilience, particularly in developing nations, remains severely limited. We must do much better, striving to build momentum from the Pact for the Future, which member states adopted last September. The Pact was crafted to reinvigorate our multilateral system and make much needed progress in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. Cop29 is an opportunity to do just that, delivering meaningful outcomes that demonstrate solidarity in the face of immense adversity. As we look towards COP30 to be hosted by Brazil, we must recognize the need to significantly enhance international cooperation and the international enabling environment to stimulate ambition in the next round of nationally determined contributions. Excellencies, we commend Azerbaijan's presidency of Cop29, the Cop29 presidency's initiatives, such as the Climate Action Finance Fund, demonstrate that Azerbaijan is leading correctly and should be an example for all of us. Excellencies, the urgency of the climate crisis requires decisive action. To do that, we must commend the establishment of a COP Troika. This initiative will be crucial in maintaining continuity and coherence in our efforts, ensuring that each conference builds on the progress of the last with greater focus and ambition. The lives and livelihoods of future generations depend on our decisions here today. Let's seize the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my distinct pleasure to invite Professor Jim Skeer, Chair of Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, to address the plenary. Professor Skeer, you have the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, as the chair of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the IPCC, it's an honour to address the high-level segment of Cop29. Climate change is no longer an abstract threat for a distant future. It's been unfolding in front of our eyes. In the 12 months since the last COP in the UAE, people across Asia and in the Sahel have endured extreme temperatures. Communities in the Americas have fought against devastating wildfires, and flood defences were put to the test in Central Europe when confronted with intense rainfall, not to mention more recent events in Valencia. Many people have lost their homes, their livelihoods and their lives. Communities have been shaken to their core. And global warming is unequivocally caused by human activities through emissions of greenhouse gases that arise from unsustainable energy use, land use and land use change, and lifestyle patterns. The extremes we are witnessing have been aggravated by human-induced climate change. This is the new normal. Imagine what is in store in the coming decades if we don't act swiftly and decisively. With every fraction of a degree of warming, we face greater threats. Children born today will not know a world without climate change. The IPCC has shown that we, and furthermore they, will live in a world marked by more intense storms, exceptional heat waves, devastating floods and droughts, a world where food chains are disrupted and where diseases reach new countries. Today, our chances of limiting warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius are hanging on a very slender thread. The recent UNEP GAP report concluded that global emissions would need to fall by 7.5% per year through to 2035 to return us to a 1.5 degree pathway. If we delay more ambitious action to 2030, this becomes an unprecedented 15% per year. Even limiting warming to 2 degrees is at risk. But this does not have to be the case. As the IPCC 6th Assessment Report demonstrated, we have the know-how, the tools and the financial resources to avoid the worst impacts of climate change. A world where transport is no longer polluting, our cities are green, and where we have transitioned away from fossil fuels. We've shown that carbon pricing, regulations and other interventions have already resulted in gigatons of avoided emissions, and more can be achieved if policies and measures are scaled up and deployed more widely. Furthermore, we've shown that climate action can contribute to other development goals, such as improving air quality and human health. With climate change already on us, we must address adaptation. The IPCC will be paying particular attention to this in the coming cycle. Most adaptation so far is fragmented, small in scale, incremental, sector-specific, and focused more on planning than implementation. Hard limits to adaptation, as well as soft limits caused by lack of resources and institutional capacity, are being reached in some sectors and regions. But we can take measures to address the triple planetary crisis of climate, biodiversity and pollution. We can increase our resilience to the impacts of climate change by leveraging decision support tools and implementing more early warning systems. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished excellencies, the IPCC will continue to provide timely, robust, policy-relevant information to support accelerated adaptation efforts and cuts in emissions. But the resolution of this global crisis is now in your hands. Decisions made here at Cop29 will shape the legacy we leave behind to our children and grandchildren, and for the billions of people who deserve a livable planet. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Ski. Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, this brings us to the end of the ceremonial opening of the first part of the high-level segment. Please remain in your seats to allow our guests to leave the podium before we begin the delivery of national statements. Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, honourable guests, today heads of state and government will deliver their national statements. I would like to inform Your Excellencies of action in place to ensure effective time management. There is a 3-minute time limit for statements during the high-level segment. Statements should be as concise as possible, noting that full text of the official statements will be made available on the UNFCCC website. And finally, please note that heads of state or government who are not in the plenary at the time for delivery of their statement will be scheduled to speak at the end of the statements of the same category. Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, honourable guests, the Republic of Azerbaijan is delighted to welcome over 80 heads of state and government. Your presence here is a testament to your country's commitment in taking transformational steps to implement the Convention and the Paris Agreement. It is essential that we expedite efforts toward implementing climate action. I am looking forward to hearing about your achievements toward that end. Let us begin. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Kassym-Jomart Tokayev, President of Kazakhstan. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Your Excellencies, Kazakhstan is firmly committed to the global climate agenda under the Paris Agreement, pursuing an ambitious target towards carbon neutrality by 2060. To achieve any climate goals, access to both predictable climate finance and technology is vital. The new collective quantified goal on climate finance should prioritize regions most impacted by climate change, including landlocked developing countries. Despite accounting for only 1% of global emissions, Central Asia faces multiple climate risks. To enhance our climate response, we must now leverage technologies such as artificial intelligence, satellite monitoring, and other digital tools for early warning and better water and land management. Together with our partners, we continue working on concrete projects on methane reduction, targeting the coal, oil, gas, and agricultural sectors. Today, we have achieved a threefold reduction. Kazakhstan, with its 200 million hectares of agricultural land, is well positioned for carbon farming, a promising set of agricultural practices to reduce greenhouse gases and improve soil quality. I invite all interested parties to explore these opportunities in Kazakhstan. Our country exports 43% of the world uranium supply and therefore plays a critical role in low-carbon nuclear power generation. In October, a nationwide referendum supported construction of the nuclear power plant in Kazakhstan. We are committed to ensuring the project's safety and efficiency through partnerships with global technology leaders in this area. Kazakhstan is ready to be a major supplier of energy transition minerals. We see many opportunities for cooperation. Our principal position that the demand in these minerals should be responsible and socially just. Climate change is affecting global water cycle. The water-related disasters account for over 80% of all natural disasters, and we were not spared this year, suffering from unprecedented floods. So we respond and recover from future natural disasters, and we will introduce comprehensive disaster risk management system. This December, we are partnering with France to host the One Water Summit to drive the momentum on water agenda. This summit will address issues in global water governance. The Caspian Sea is in danger. Saving the biggest lake in the world is a matter of common concern that requires long-term international cooperation. We support the initiative of President Aliyev to establish a group of experts from the Caspian states. Kazakhstan is intensifying its activities to preserve the Aral Sea. In conclusion, I express my sincere appreciation to the Azeri government for organizing this global gathering, and I believe that together we will be able to meet the defining challenge of this generation. Kazakhstan is strongly committed to multilateral pathways to a just, inclusive, transparent climate agenda. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency, Mr. Alexander Vučić, President of Serbia. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Your Excellencies, esteemed delegates, since I have 3 minutes, will say that it's a special honor and responsibility for me to be here today and to participate at a meeting that brings together the high state officials to discuss the pressing topic of today, the challenges of climate change and the future of our planet. But in the meantime, as I was saying last time in Dubai, we have several prerequisites to start tackling the issue of fighting climate changes. Number one is we need to restore peace in the world. Nobody likes today the word peace because everybody wants to win against the other. Everybody wants to see the defeat of the other side. On the other hand, we need to invest much more in the peace. Otherwise, we'll have to put more money for armament, ordnance, weaponry, as we did and as we do today, instead of investing hugely into all necessary instruments in fighting climate changes. Yes, we need to tackle floods, droughts, wildfires, air and water pollution and everything else. But before that, we need to establish peace. And that's why I'm urging all big powers to settle the problems, to settle the issues in Ukraine, the Middle East, all over the world. Then we'll be able to start resolving all these issues. Number two, as you know, it's always the case, big and rich, they cause problems, and the poor countries and small countries are paying the price. And that's why I believe that it's very important for us to find new financial instruments. How are we going to be helpful to non-developed and developing countries, where we can find money to invest into new technologies? Are we able to foster IMF and World Bank to be much more helpful than they used to be? How are we going to tackle the issue of public debt to GDP ratio, because we are getting closer to 100% worldwide speaking, and that will mean a lot regarding climate change fightings. And once again, I'm urging those big and rich to be helpful for poorer countries. At the end, our legacy, first and foremost to the youth, is to create a fair and sustainable society and to shape a livable, thriving world for all. Our legacy must be one of decisive action, rooted in hope. Let us leave this conference not only with renewed commitments, but with actionable plans that will shape our collective future. When I say this, once again going back to prerequisites, pre-terms for fighting climate changes, which is peace, 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 and more of financial instruments that will be available for poorer countries. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Emerson Dambudzo Mnangagwa, President of Zimbabwe. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Your Excellency, President of the Republic of Azerbaijan, President Aliyev, Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I extend my profound gratitude to you, Your Excellency, President Aliyev, the government and people of Azerbaijan, for the warm hospitality and superb facilities put at our disposal. The Cop29 theme is both timely and urgent, given the escalating global climate crisis. Science warns of the need to drastically reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Regrettably, pollution continues to degrade the environment, threatening the quality of our air and water, while biodiversity loss threatens food security, pushing millions into poverty and hunger. The time for half measures is over, and we all have a duty to fully implement our agreements. Zimbabwe bears the scars of climate change and is currently experiencing one of the most devastating El Nino-induced droughts in history. The drought has negatively impacted nearly every aspect of life in Zimbabwe. My government, in April this year, declared a national state of disaster. The crisis extends beyond Zimbabwe and is affecting the entire Southern Africa region. Our reliance on hydroelectric power has also made our clean energy supply precarious. These cascading efforts underscore the vulnerability of developing countries like Zimbabwe to climate change while contributing minimally to global emissions. The transition to renewable energy is non-negotiable, while a just transition combined with robust financial technological support for developing countries are critically important to drive the climate action agenda. As such, my country is implementing the Nationally Determined Contribution Implementation Plan and Investment Framework to aid in our resource mobilization. Additionally, Zimbabwe recently developed a national carbon market framework which puts Article 6 compliance framework at the heart of Zimbabwe's climate change strategy. Zimbabwe welcomes the formal registration of the Group of Landlocked Developing Countries as a negotiating group in global climate processes. As we reflect on the commitments made at recent Summit of the Future, I urge us all to align our climate actions with our broader vision for more just, peaceful, and inclusive order. Let us act decisively to build a legacy of hope, resilience, and shared prosperity on a healthy earth. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency, Mr. Recep Tayyip Erdogan, President of Turkey. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Distinguished heads of states and governments, distinguished Secretary General, I would like to salute you all on behalf of myself and my nation with my most heartfelt emotions. And I also would like to take this opportunity to thank my friend, President Ilham Aliyev, for this wonderful organization and their gracious hospitality. I would like to congratulate you, my dear brother. And I also would like to mention that we are amongst the top countries where the negative ramifications of climate change have been deeply felt. 2053 will be a year where we will all reach zero carbon emissions. And in order for that to be possible, we are forming our key sectors for green transformation and development. We are creating our green financing strategy, and we are on the brink of forming a national green taxonomy system. The cap and trade legislation will be offered for the ratification of the Assembly very soon. Before Cop29, we have prepared our 2-year transparency report and the long-term climate strategy, which will be released in the final form. For the years 2024-2030, the climate change mitigation adaptation strategy action plans had been already mobilized. In the established structure, the part of the renewable energy reached 59% in our country. And with this rate, we are ranking number 5 in Europe and first in the world. The net zero emission objectives for 2024 to 2030, we have the fundamental priorities such as energy efficiency, renewable energy, and nuclear energy. Today, we have a total capacity of 31,000 megawatts of wind power and 23,000 megawatts of solar power, which will reach 120,000 megawatts in the year 2030. In the year 2050, our capacity for nuclear power will reach 20,000 megawatts. The National Energy Efficiency Action Plan for the years 2024 to 2030, we will have achieved the limitation of carbon emissions in the region of 100 million tons a year. Our EV, our National Electric Vehicle talk, is becoming much more widespread. And under the auspices of my spouse, Ms. Emine Erdogan, had initiated a first domestic and then a global initiative, which is the Zero Waste Project, and it is gaining momentum for us in our fight against climate change. And thanks to these efforts, since the beginning of the project, we've managed to eliminate the emissions of 5.9 million tons of greenhouse gases. For the effective use of our water resources, we have launched a mobilization for water efficiency. The National Afforestation Day is on November the 11th, and we are bringing new areas for afforestation every year in the millions. All of these efforts cost billions for our economies, and we need to strengthen our global fight, and we need to render it much more effective. And I know that the climate financing requirements will be pledged once again during this summit, especially needed by those developing countries. Dear participants, for the future generations, we need to establish a world just, sustainable, and respectful towards nature. And at the 79th General Assembly of the United Nations, we had ratified the Pact for the Future. Today, we are talking about leaving a fairer world for the future generations, but at the same time, Israel's attacks on Palestine and Lebanon are still continuing, which is outside of our conscience, international law, and ethics. The existing government is unfortunately massacring children, women, and elderly, and they are causing a major disaster, natural disaster as well. Because of the Israeli attacks, the chemicals penetrating the soil and the underground water resources are obscuring the future of Gaza children. This is a heavy humanitarian and an environmental disaster, and those who are responsible should be held accountable in international courts. Dear friends, 2026 United Nations Climate Change 31st Conference of the Parties will hopefully be hosted in our country, and for that we have declared officially our nomination. We would like to in advance thank all the countries supporting our candidacy, and we are looking forward to receiving the support of many others. With these thoughts in mind, I would like to salute you all with love and respect, and I would like to congratulate my dear and august brother Ilham Aliyev for this wonderfully organized summit.
Thank you, Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Mohammed Ould Sheikh El Ghazouani, President of Mauritania. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
In the name of God, the most merciful and the most compassionate, Your Excellencies, Presidents and Kings and Heads of Governments and States. Your Excellency, the President of Cop29, Your Excellency, the Secretary General of the UN, Excellencies, representatives of the international governmental organizations and non-governmental organizations, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to congratulate His Excellency Ilham Aliyev, the President of the Republic of Azerbaijan, as well as the people of Azerbaijan for their excellent organization of Cop29, the Conference of the Parties to the UNFCCC. I would also like to congratulate His Excellency Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, the President of the UAE, for his excellent organization of the previous COP in Dubai and the excellent series of results, such as the excellent agreement to implement the fund for the loss and damages related to climate change, as well as the various statements and declarations made in Dubai. I would like to congratulate His Excellency Antonio Guterres, the Secretary General of the UN, as well as all his staff for the excellent efforts made to ensure the success of this conference. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the severe climate changes as a result of the severe heating on the planet represent threats and risks to our life on this planet. Thus, today we feel the urgent need to counter the negative effects of climate change, and we are responsible. We have this historic responsibility to move very swiftly in order to make amends before it is too late. In spite of our limited emissions, we feel the desertification, the floods, and the other negative results of climate change. All these risk our systems of livelihood as well as our economies. In spite of the fact that we have not participated or contributed a lot to that climate change, we do take climate action very seriously, and we have an initiative related to the Green Wall, and we have adopted the Middle Eastern Initiative for a Green Middle East that was launched by our brethren state, Saudi Arabia. We have adopted severe actions to limit the emissions, and we have imposed taxes within the country in order to limit the emissions and to restore the various lands that have been affected by climate change. We also exert various efforts to use our renewable energy, which is more than 4,000 megawatt or gigawatt, to be able to use these renewable energy to the best of our capabilities. We have reached 48% of such use and aim at 60% by 2030. And here we would like to renew our call to international financial organizations to support us in this effort. And here I would like to underline the fact that Africa exerts major efforts to reduce the emissions in spite of the fact that we do not produce a lot of those emissions. And this is through the use of renewable energy and increasing our adaptation policies to counter negative climate change effects. We need to strengthen international cooperation, regional cooperation. We need also to seek new funds and mobilize new funds according to the needs and priorities of the least developed countries, particularly in Africa. I wish you all the best in this COP28 and hope that we will be able to adopt further conclusions and declarations and statements that would underline our collaborative action to counter climate change. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Shavkat Mirziyoyev, President of Uzbekistan. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
The distinguished heads of delegations, First of all, I would like to sincerely congratulate the President of the Republic of Azerbaijan, His Excellency Ilham Aliyev, for the excellent organization of this historic conference in the beautiful city of Baku. We fully support Azerbaijan's active efforts in broadening the international partnership to effectively address current climate challenges. Dear participants of the conference, climate change is now emerging as a major global threat and directly influencing the escalation of geopolitical tensions. It primarily exacerbates the problems of poverty eradication, food and energy security, as well as access to water and resources. In Central Asia, we feel these problems especially acutely. Climate challenges are posing new barriers to improving the quality of life of our people and implementing national development strategies. Our main goal under the Paris Agreement is to prevent the region from outpacing temperature rise and to keep it within 1.52 degrees this century. In this regard, we are actively pursuing extensive reforms in Uzbekistan to achieve carbon neutrality. We have set a target to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 35% by the year 2030. We are ready to extend this commitment by the year 2050. We will increase the share of green energy to 40%. We are creating electric vehicle and green hydrogen clusters, along with hubs for solar and wind energy generation. We are drastically expanding green areas under the Yeşil Mekan Green Space program. Together with neighboring countries, we have embarked upon the implementation of a regional climate strategy. In the coming days, we will sign a multilateral agreement on supplying green energy to the European Union. Dear ladies and gentlemen, Uzbekistan is committed to expanding its practical contributions to jointly overcoming the consequences of global climate change. First, increasing the technical support from major powers and multilateral institutions to identify climate risk faced by developing countries is important. In this regard, we propose to consider the establishment of an international center for climate loss and damage assessment. Second, unified approaches are essential in preventing the pollution of transboundary water resources and preserving sustainable biodiversity. Using our region as an example, I would like to highlight that the total disappearance of the Aral Sea before the eyes of a single generation has become a global tragedy. In this regard, we support the development of a declaration on obligations to ensure the ecological safety and health of river ecosystems under the auspices of the United Nations. Third, we plan to launch a regional genetic resources bank involving leading multilateral structures in order to improve crop resilience to climate change. We put forward an initiative to create in our country the UN Agro-Industry Innovation Hub for landlocked countries. Fourth, we propose to create an alliance of world climate capitals for the transfer of advanced knowledge and best practices on sustainable development in megalopolises and cities which are negatively affected by climate change and host its first forum in the city of Tashkent. Fifth, we invite the representatives of our countries to your countries to participate at the Global Youth Festival of Digital Green Initiatives on May 15, 2025 in the RLC region as part of the International Climate Day. Dear participants of the summit, I would like to reiterate Uzbekistan's readiness for open dialogue and partnership for common well-being and green development. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Umaro Sissoco Embalo, President of Guinea-Bissau. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Mr. Ilham Aliyev, President of the Republic of Azerbaijan. The 29th Conference of the Parties to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change is being held at a time of global climate crisis that calls for urgent and coordinated action. We must have the political will to take responsibility and collectively address the current challenges with the necessary spirit of cooperation and solidarity. In Guinea-Bissau, we have implemented a series of strategic actions to mitigate climate impacts and strengthen the resilience of our communities. We have launched reforestation and mangrove protection projects, which are essential for biodiversity preservation and also for carbon absorption. We're also promoting water conservation initiatives and strengthening sustainable agriculture, which we consider critical sectors to ensure food security. These measures enhance the adaptive capacities of our communities and ecosystems. We will intensify these efforts with new projects outlined in our national strategy. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we reaffirm the crucial role of multilateralism in the fight against climate change. We need cooperation to implement appropriate policies and to secure the climate financing that is required. The commitment of our partners and the support of the international community will be essential to ensure a fair and accessible energy transition respecting the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities. Regarding the commitments of this Cop29, Guinea-Bissau reiterates its determination to carry out several actions, particularly in the following priority areas. Number one, adaptation and resilience. In this regard, international support is needed to continue to invest in programs that strengthen the resilience of our ecosystems and communities, mainly through biodiversity conservation and climate risk mitigation strategies. Number two, loss and damage. Given the climate consequences already being experienced in our country, we advocate for the full operationalization of the Warsaw loss and damage mechanism. We need financial resources to compensate for the damages caused by extreme climate events. Number three, climate financing. We remind everyone of the urgent need for fair and accessible climate financing for developing countries. Allocating adequate resources to vulnerable countries such as Guinea-Bissau is a priority and a necessary condition for enhancing resilience and adaptive capacity. We are committed, and this is number four, to developing renewable energy sources and reducing our dependence on fossil fuels, promoting a fair energy or just energy transition rather that directly benefits our populations. Distinguished delegates, excellencies, climate change knows no borders. We must act globally, and we must make bold decisions and take appropriate measures. Guinea-Bissau reaffirms its commitment to contributing to an adequate collective response for a resilient and sustainable future. We trust that the decisions made here in Baku will demonstrate our collective awareness of the serious dangers threatening the globe, as well as our common determination to adopt dynamic commitments in favor of climate justice, international solidarity, and sustainable development. It is our duty to express our will, unite our forces and resources to preserve our planet and to build a safer and more equitable world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Andrzej Duda, President of Poland. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Distinguished Madam President, distinguished Mr. Secretary General, distinguished President Aliyev, distinguished Presidents, heads of the states and the governments, ladies and gentlemen, I warmly congratulate Minister Mukhtar Babayev on taking over this year's presidency of the 29th session of the Conference of the Parties of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. I thank His Excellency President Aliyev and the Republic of Azerbaijan for the organization of the event and for excellent hospitality. This is the last time that I attended the Conference of the Parties as President of the Republic of Poland. I am pleased to be able to raise once again issues of such immense importance to our future. During my presidency in Poland, I have worked to keep the climate policy agenda high on my country's priority list. I am glad that I had the pleasure to personally ratify the Paris Agreement in 2016. I also feel great satisfaction with the organization of Cop24 in Katowice. It was, in my opinion, a landmark event in many ways. It was exactly in Katowice that we adopted the so-called Katowice Rule Book, a guide to implementing the tenet of the Paris Agreement. It was also there that the idea of the Declaration on Solidarity and Just Transition was born. Today, it constitutes the benchmark for energy and economic transformation across the world. Since then, I have consistently repeated that a just transition cannot take place against societies and to determine of the current living conditions. At the last year's COP28 in Dubai, I stressed that we still pay too little attention to the human dimension. And yet, a just transition must be carried out in a sensible way so that it benefits people in the first place. COP24 in Katowice also adopted a ministerial declaration, Forests for Climate, which highlighted the need to use forests in climate policy as natural sinks and reservoirs for greenhouse gases. Poland values the woodland and cares for them because they are also provide a home and habitat for many species of plants, animals and fungi living in Poland. Preserving biodiversity is a precondition for the existence of the life on Earth. I touched upon this issue in my speech at the UN preliminary session on biodiversity in 2020. Ladies and gentlemen, at a time of so many climate changes and threats, a key conclusion for us should be to strengthen synergies between the following conventions: the UNFCCC on climate, the UNCBD on biological diversity, and the UNCCD to combat desertification. It is also important to take joint action on mitigation, adaptation, combating soil degradation, and achieving climate neutrality. Let us also remember that our environmental efforts are being undermined by the wars going on in the world. Russian aggression against Ukraine has shown us that armed conflicts also result in serious environmental damage and pollution. Therefore, our actions must be comprehensive, because environmental protection is also conflict prevention. Excellencies, despite challenges, Poland fulfills all its obligations and is consistent in following the path of sustainable development and just transition. A year ago in Dubai, I mentioned Poland's plans and efforts to create a balanced energy mix that will ensure our energy security along with the development of renewable energy sources. In Poland, the wind power sector continues to grow, and we have a surge in home and large-scale photovoltaic installations. At the same time, we are drilling more wells for the development of geothermal energy. A year ago, I also presented Poland's ambitions to build a stable nuclear power industry. I am glad that in Dubai, I was able to take part in the event accompanying the adoption of the Declaration of Tripling Nuclear Power Capacity. I signed it with full conviction because I believe that nuclear is the future. And it is only nuclear that will help us to achieve our climate goals and guarantee clean, safe and stable energy. We are an example of a country which for years has been able to ensure both a steady GDP growth and a decrease in the carbon intensity in our economy. This is the best confirmation that our actions are correct and that Poland is following the path of sustainable development set by the UN. Listening to the current and previously held speeches by other heads of state, I know that Polish solutions are appreciated in the world. I am glad that many Polish ideas, including mine, are being implemented by other countries. Let's cooperate and inspire each other in order to jointly bring about new pro-climate solutions that are beneficial to humans, the environment and the climate. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency, Mr. Emomali Rahmon, President of Tajikistan. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Your Excellency, Chairperson, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to express my profound gratitude to the government of the Republic of Azerbaijan and the United Nations for the warm welcome and hosting today's event at a high level. Over the last 5 years, we have continuously witnessed the hottest years and months across all observation periods. According to experts' reports, 2024 is also recorded as the hottest year ever. We therefore need to significantly increase our efforts and actions to address climate issues. Distinguished audience, based on our green economy development strategy, we intend to fully transform energy production in the country to renewable sources by 2032 and to convert Tajikistan into a green country by 2037. Today, already 98% of our electricity is produced from hydropower, which is green energy. And Tajikistan, with its lowest indicators of greenhouse gas emissions, is ranked 130th in the world in terms of carbon dioxide emissions. Another important point I would like to draw your attention to is the nexus between water and climate. It is pleasing to note that the Cop29 will adopt a declaration on water for climate action. In this regard, we must pay special attention to the accelerated melting of the glaciers, which is occurring due to the consequences of climate change. In this context, at the initiative of Tajikistan, the United Nations General Assembly declared the year 2025 as the Year of Glaciers Preservation. According to this resolution, the World Day of Glaciers has been proclaimed, and an international trust fund of glaciers preservation has been established under the United Nations. Tajikistan has contributed its share to this fund, and calls on all partners to support this initiative. Furthermore, in accordance with this resolution, it has been decided to hold the high-level international conference on glacier preservation in Dushanbe in May 2025. As a part of this topic, at the initiative of Tajikistan and France, the UN General Assembly has declared the years 2025 to 2034 as the decade of action for supporting cryospheric sciences. Given the importance of these issues, I propose that under the auspices of the World Meteorological Organization and in cooperation with other development partners, a regional coordination center for glaciology be established in the city of Dushanbe. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency. President of Iraq. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
أصحاب السعادة والفخامة والسمو والمعالي السيدات والسادة السلام عليكم ورحمة
Your Majesty and Excellencies, may the peace of God be with you. Today we convene for the 29th COP on climate change, a crucial conference which affects us all. But may I begin by expressing our deepest gratitude to the Republic of Azerbaijan for its warm welcome and hospitality. One year on from the constant bombing and incessant killings of women and children in Gaza, I call on the international community to bring about an immediate ceasefire and humanitarian aid to the victims and recognize the right of the Palestinian people to self-determination and to determine their own future with Al-Quds of Jerusalem as its capital. Indeed, we hope that the discussions at this conference will culminate in proportionate decisions equal to the growing global challenges of climate change, such as the tragic flooding in densely populated area in Spain recently, with a huge loss of human life. And we extend our heartfelt condolences to the families of the victims. These challenges gravely affect the countries of the world, especially the developing countries, and they jeopardize their food security and social and health situation. And the impacts are very strongly felt in Iraq. We are suffering from record heat waves and increasing dust, sandstorms, and a reduction in farmland, and a reduction in biodiversity, and an increase in desertification and drought. Such climate change has also led to the displacement of ancestral historical communities, such as the Marsh people in Iraq, whose heritage and civilization may disappear as a result. Although the historic contribution of Iraq to global greenhouse gas emissions is very low, as is the case in most developing countries, we feel that climate justice must be at the heart of our discussions, because these are human rights, and we have an obligation not only to current generations but future generations whose survival will depend on the decisions we take now. And we trust that these negotiations will lead to tangible measures and clear and effective mechanisms, such as the Loss and Damage Fund its activation after it was created last year. We reaffirm our commitment to the principles of fairness, equity, and common but differentiated responsibilities in facing climate change. Iraq depends a great deal on fossil fuels, and it's especially vulnerable to climate change and any measures taken to tackle it, which is why we call on the countries of the region affected by the same climate problems to establish a negotiating group to coordinate their efforts and to work hand in hand so that our collective contribution is greater than the sum of our parts. And on the same principle, we call on the major global economies to step up their commitments in support of climate action. And if some of those economies decide to withdraw, then we call on the key players in those countries, whether they're political or private or public, to step up their commitments, because the world cannot progress towards sustainable development without the contribution of all. Iraq, ladies and gentlemen, is working to honor its commitments under the Convention and other international agreements related to climate in order to reduce its greenhouse gas emissions and to adapt to the impact of climate change, as well as to mitigate the effects, while also to bring about renewable transition. And we have restated our commitments under the Paris Agreement, and we've completed the preparation of a technological needs assessment and a national plan to define our climate technology needs in priority areas. We are also about to complete a climate investment plan to plot the course for public and private investors and meet our climate commitments through national and foreign investment and mobilizing financial resources to tackle climate change and move towards a more sustainable future. Iraq, after taking tangible measures to reduce methane emissions, is one of the first countries in OPEC to accede to the global pact on methane. And we are working for the Global Coalition for Clean Air and reduction of methane emissions, and we seek to eliminate the burning off of this gas between now and 2028. To conclude, I would like to remind the international community of the importance of its role in promoting regional peace and security in the Middle East. For a long time, we've suffered from conflict and tension in the region, and the economic and social consequences persist. Thank you very much, and may the blessings of God be with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Sadir.
Dear Chairman, dear ladies and gentlemen, against the backdrop of accelerating global climate change, we today must agree on coordinated, well-founded climate action to achieve the ambitions of the Paris Agreement. When we speak in the climate issue, we must unite regardless of relations between the countries of the world. We support the early adoption of the new collective quantitative goal on climate finance and call on development countries to raise amount of climate finance assistance to developing countries up to $2 trillion with easy access to this finance. For its part, Kyrgyzstan has initiated a mechanism for exchanging external debt for climate and sustainable development projects. We propose restructuring of the country's external public debt by applying the debt exchange mechanisms for specific green projects, including using the mechanisms of the Climate Trust Fund being created in Kyrgyzstan, which will finance projects in the fields of ecology and sustainable mountain development. we invite interested countries to join this fund. Taking the opportunity, I would like to express gratitude to Turkey and Germany, as these two countries have taken the decision to transfer debt to green projects. Dear ladies and gentlemen, in our country, we have a number of projects implemented in the field of renewable energy sources. Thus, together with our neighboring countries, a project has been launched in the region to build the largest hydropower plant, Kambarata 1. The climate context change, issues of inefficient use of water resources are becoming increasingly important. In this regard, we kindly request development partners to support our initiative to establish a regional center for the implementation of energy-efficient and resource-saving technologies in Bishkek. Dear participants, we are witnessing intense melting of glaciers and reduction of the glacier cover, low water levels, and desertification. I would like to draw your attention to the fact that the life of people living in the downstream regions also depends on the process occurring in mountainous regions and ecosystems. Due to climate change, these water resources in the region are decreasing every year, negatively affecting water and energy, food security, and in general the socio-economic situation of all countries. Recognizing the importance of the issue of sustainable development of mountain regions, the UN General Assembly, on our initiative, adopted at its 77th session the resolution Sustainable Mountain Development, within the framework of which 2023-2027 is declared a 5-year action for mountain regions. I invite all participants to Kyrgyzstan and for the second Global Mountain Summit Bishkek Plus 25 in 2027, during which we will summarize the results of the Mountain 5 years. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Denis Sassou Nguesso, President of Congo. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Mesdames et Messieurs,
Heads of State and Government, Mr. Secretary General of the United Nations, Mr. President of Cop29, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to begin with words of congratulation to the Republic of Azerbaijan, to its President and government for their excellent organization of Cop29. We extend to them our most sincere appreciation for the warm hospitality extended to my delegation and to myself. Ladies and gentlemen, the Republic of Congo, as most of you already know, has for almost a half a century taken full part in the global effort to tackle climate change and biodiversity loss. Indeed, my country has placed issues related to environmental conservation at the heart of its national policy and front and center in its international commitments. This year, in July, in Brazzaville, my country's capital, we hosted the first international conference on afforestation and reforestation. In our bid to deliver on our commitment and to strengthen the essential role of forests in regulating climate, and also in our bid to make the initiative for a global reforestation effort a permanent one, recently Congo submitted to the United Nations General Assembly a resolution on making declaring a global decade of afforestation and reforestation. Furthermore, jointly with the group of African forest countries known as the C15, the Republic of the Congo is today carrying what can be styled as a climate justice initiative. This is an initiative which is aimed at including gross natural capital of countries in our calculation of states' GDP. Ladies and gentlemen, in 2015, we had all placed our hopes in the Paris Agreement. For this agreement, which is based on the principle of climate justice and the just transition, clearly establishes a global framework to tackle climate change and to keep global warming to under 1.5 degrees Celsius. We note with regret, however, that the financing mobilized since 2015 is not commensurate with our expectations and in no way corresponds to the level of our commitments. We're particularly concerned over the issue of climate financing, and here I must note that the commitment, or pledge rather, of $100 billion in 2009 for the period running 2010 to 2020 was fulfilled only in 2022. The new collective quantified goal for climate financing must be based on scientific data that take into account the impact and needs of developing countries in tackling climate change. Now, we know that these needs total over $1,000 billion. Our fervent wish is that the amount in this new goal will be established and defined from a perspective of climate justice and the just transition. This objective should enable our countries to reduce our debt burden rather than worsen it. Lastly, this new collective quantified goal should cover mitigation and adaptation in a balanced way. And in order to do so, substantial efforts must also be made to ensure that loss and damage are taken into account, because we must have substantial resources in place to tackle the impact of extreme events and to deal with any eventualities. And here I must welcome the fact that an encouraging step was taken here when we adopted here in Baku Article 6.4 of the Paris Agreement. We believe that this tool under the Paris Agreement, which enables us to transfer carbon credits between low greenhouse gas emitting countries and emitting countries, will open a pathway to interstate, international, and structured cooperation that will foster sustainable development, resilience, and economic diversification in developing countries. Ladies and gentlemen, the ecological transition which we all yearn for will not take place unless we have innovative financing mechanisms in place. Mechanisms that can help us open up new prospects for development based on resilience, sustainability, and on carbon neutrality. This is a challenge which we have before us here and now. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Alexander Lukashenko, President of Belarus. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Distinguished friends, much has been said about how much has been done in dealing with climate change, but I've followed events since the last conference, and things have only got worse. A war in the Middle East, a war in Ukraine, a war in the south of Yemen. There are more than 50 conflicts in the world which are having a harsh effect on the climate and on our planet. So what's got better? And who's started paying for the emissions? It's sufficient to say that today, when there's been so much concern about the deterioration of the climate, all we see is people who are responsible for this are absent from this climate, and we've just had the presidential election in the United States. So the question is, how effective are our actions at such meetings when the president of France, which was the country responsible for the Paris Agreement, he's not even here. He feels it's not relevant. So there's nothing to be proud about at present, but what we can do is thank our Azerbaijani colleagues for the excellent organization of this summit. But what will come from the absence of people from this summit? It's not going to come from the United States. Recently, so many people died in Valencia, which shows what we're doing about improving the climate. But I have to say that there's nothing to hold against our country. We are strictly complying with all our obligations. But since there is this deep-seated bureaucracy in the UN Secretariat, it's almost impossible to say anything substantive. I will say just a few key things. The climate has changed. That's a fact of life, and therefore the prime task is to restructure national economies, first and foremost agriculture, to take into account of the changing conditions and adapt it to these difficulties. And we have experience which we're prepared to share. Secondly, there's a need to help the developing countries to secure equal access to green technologies without impairing their national interests, and so that they don't become enslaved as a result. And everything needs to be done to do away with those things which hamper international technology trade and exchange of innovation and best practice. Thirdly, we've already had to deal with a situation when new production, which is positioned as more environmentally safe, nonetheless does even more damage. And objectively, there's a need for new approaches to a comprehensive assessment of the potential impact of innovation on the environment throughout the entire life cycle of such production. This and other areas require a consolidation of international efforts, and not mere words but deeds. And therefore it's time to move from words to deeds. And those who have to pay must pay, and not hide in the shadows. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Mohammed Yunus A. Menfi, President of Libya. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم السيد
Name of God the Merciful. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let me begin by thanking the government and people of the Republic of Azerbaijan for their generous hospitality. I also thank the President and for their wonderful organization of this conference. We greet you all well. Today, from our direct experience in Africa of climate events, that climate change is having a devastating effect on the planet, and this is imperiling the human development and lives. And our concerns for the future of current and future generations are even worse because of the increasing disasters leading to human and material loss. We notice that intensifying conflicts are intensifying, and we welcome the call for truce and to reduce military activities, and we encourage the presidency to renew this call each time for global peace. Ladies and gentlemen, 14 months ago, several regions in the Green Mountains experienced disasters that caused the loss of hundreds of lives. Today we can only note that we cannot deal with these disasters alone, which are often sudden disasters. We can only deal with them if we have financing that is easy to access and can respond to the situation in each state, as well as through the transfer of technology and techniques, and by building national capacity as well. And if we allow the private sector to participate along with civil society in our countries in this endeavor, this can help improve lives, and we need a better approach to water security, and this can help strengthen our resilience to climate change. We reaffirm the need to look into the pledges undertaken by the developed countries under the UNFCCC with respect to transfer of technology, financing, and so on. Libyan cooperation announced the initiative following Cop29 that we will be expanding the plant cover in Libya to reduce emissions and to capture carbon emissions. We believe we'll be able to achieve net zero by 2030, but also create a carbon credit bank. Like the other countries, we wish to deal with the financing gap. We need financing that will come from multiple sources, and we must enable access to financing through the World Bank, the IMF, and other IFIs, so that there will be access to credits, especially for adaptation and mitigation projects, so that these projects can actually become investment projects. We wish to reiterate our commitment, especially to education and for sharing best practices, and we stand determined to participate in any international effort to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and to strengthen biodiversity. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency, Mr. Rumen Radev, President of Bulgaria. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Excellencies, let me first express my gratitude to our host, the Republic of Azerbaijan, and the Presidency of the Conference for organizing this significant event in times of political, security, and climate challenges all around the world. The continuity of our actions is crucial to deliver ambitious and balanced approach to achieve the climate goals in the complex geopolitical context. Agreeing on the achievable new collective quantitative goal on finance will be the main expected outcome of this conference. The new goal must provide financing from all possible sources, both public and private, to address the financing needs for mitigation and adaptation measures, focusing on the most vulnerable countries. At the same time, we must significantly strengthen the mitigation ambition and remain on the course of decarbonizing global energy systems. This can only happen if we embrace all available technologies, significantly improve energy efficiency, upgrade energy infrastructure, and ensure that energy security remains of utmost importance. Bulgaria is committed to not only be a part of regional energy cooperation initiatives across Central and Eastern Europe, the Balkans and the Black Sea region, but also beyond, by strengthening the links between the European Union and non-EU countries who share our priorities on climate neutrality, just energy transition, energy security, and low-carbon technological innovation. As no region is spared from deadly and costly climate-related disasters, all parties should undertake greater efforts to integrate climate change adaptation and resilience into all policies and strategies. We call for continuing support for climate science and education. Bulgaria proudly hosted the IPCC session this summer. Science holds the key not just to reducing our carbon footprint, but also to improving human lives in an age of climbing instability. Finally, let me conclude by reiterating Bulgaria's commitment to climate policy goals. We stand with all countries willing to strengthen climate diplomacy and regional cooperation, as only together we can achieve a better and resilient future for us and for the future generations. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency, Mr. Mohamed Muizu, President of Maldives. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I extend our gratitude to the government and people of Azerbaijan for the exceptional hospitality and leadership. We pledge our full support to ensure the success of this COP. We also congratulate the UAE for its successful Cop28 presidency. Vulnerable, this is how the Maldives is often portrayed. But we are a nation of extraordinary fortitude. We speak not from desperation, but from a belief in the power of collective action. Our story is not of fragility, it is a testament to resilience, leadership, and international cooperation. Since hosting the first Small States Conference 35 years ago, we have called for stronger climate action. Our call has not changed. Our course has not strayed. Because for us, the environment and the ocean are more than resources. They are our cultural identity. Their protection remains our sacred duty. At COP28, I shared my vision for a climate-resilient Maldives. Despite formidable challenges, we are now seeing the dawn of hope. We recently launched our energy policy and roadmap, green initiatives to strengthen food security and affordable housing, and economic diversification through expanding port services, special economic zones, in addition to new development banking, unlocking new investment opportunities. We will soon unveil our 20-year vision, the blueprint for a sustainable, climate-resilient, developed nation by 2040. Mr. President, it is the lack of finance that inhibits our ambitions, which is why this COP, the finance COP, we need to deliver. The new climate finance goal must reflect the true scale of the climate crisis. The need is in trillions, not billions. It must consider the special circumstances of small island developing states. It must include adaptation, mitigation, and loss and damage, and increase contributions to it. As we approach the next round of nationally determined contributions, developed nations must increase their ambition to close the emissions and finance gap and align with the 1.5-degree goal. Mr. President, as we look around the globe, we see funds flowing freely to wage war, but scrutinized when it's for climate adaptation. We need to reprioritize, revise the international financial system. We must choose the path that changes lives, not the climate. My delegation here is determined that the finance goal should be scored right here in Azerbaijan. Mr. President, 28 COPs later, emissions still rise, finance falls still short, and our hopes fades. Let us prove this time it will be different. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency, Mr. Faure Esezimna Nyasingbe, President of Togo. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Excellences, Mesdames et
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, heads of state and government, ladies and gentlemen, heads of delegations, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we are here to recall a simple truth. Climate promises are no longer enough. Every year the urgency becomes greater, and every year we are approaching the point of no return, and it's important for our actions to reflect the urgency. To find our way there, I'd like to make two comments. Firstly, there's a need for genuine climate justice. That is, a shared but differentiated responsibilities among countries. Africa is paying the harshest price for climate change. We contribute small amounts in global emissions, but we incur the most severe impacts. It's our ecosystems of food security and our economies which are bearing the brunt of this crisis, and our need for climate justice can no longer be disregarded. As leaders, each and everyone's responsibility is to move beyond promises and start concrete action. Togo is ready to do its share. We've made major progress in terms of dealing with coastal erosion and reforestation and climate action based on renewed energies. But we cannot reverse the global trend alone. It is climate justice which should be the compass guiding all our discussions here, with major support funds being rolled out to support our populations and our biodiversity. This also requires that major emitters recognize once and for all explicitly this issue of climate justice in international agreements. The second point is that we need tailor-made solutions for African climate challenges. There are specificities in Africa regarding the climate crisis, as well as a disproportionate effort. And very often, the profiles in our countries are different from those elsewhere. We also need to recognize that climate adaptation poses unique challenges for developing economies and mostly rural populations. These specific challenges call for specific responses. We need solutions which are tailored to the realities of Africa, as well as mechanisms which are tailored to achieve the solutions. We cannot confine ourselves to generic, simplistic discussions or standardized solutions. That means financing the ecological regeneration of our coasts and redeveloping resilient rural infrastructure. It also means flexible forms of investment and funding which are flexible to help the developing countries, and making sure the investment is consistent with our other needs and commitments. So I therefore call for genuine climate solidarity where the financial commitments are kept and strengthened. Our solutions for climate must be thought in terms of investments in our collective future, not as temporary assistance. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome Her Excellency, Dr. Hilda Heine, President of Marshall Islands. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
His Excellency Ilham Aliyev, President of Azerbaijan, His Excellency Antonio Guterres, UN Secretary General, Cop29 President Mukhtar Babayev, distinguished heads of states and governments, heads of delegations, ladies and gentlemen. Yahweh, on behalf of the Republic of the Marshall Islands, it is an honor to once again participate in this critical summit. The Marshallese people are navigators. We are the descendants of those that found tiny strings of islands, atolls that just glance above the waves of the wide Pacific Ocean and made them our homes. Our forebears mapped the tides with sticks, coconut fronds, and shells. So it is in our blood to know when a tide is turning. And on climate, the tide is turning today. It is no longer a question of whether the energy transition will occur, but how. Will it be fair and inclusive? Will it be fast enough? Will those that defy our agreements to transition away from fossil fuels and go home to pump more oil, extract more gas, and mine more coal be held to account? Time will judge those that fail to make the transition. Some may fail because of denial and delusions, the misplaced idea that their country somehow will be immune, the fallacy that their short-term interests are worth the destruction on their doorstep, and that they will escape without blame. Other risks falling behind because they lack the resources to make the transition happen. In the Marshall Islands, we have a vision for a future with clean energy and the resilience to withstand climate impacts. But to make that vision a reality, we need much more money, and we need it much faster. Our National Adaptation Plan sets out a pathway for our entire nation to become resilient in the face of the climate crisis. As one of the most vulnerable places on the planet, every aspect of our lives will change, from infrastructure to education to healthcare to our economy and culture, to protect our right to live in our homelands and exercise our right to self-determination. We cannot do this by cobbling together project-based funding, waiting for support that takes years to arrive. By improving access, coordinating processes, and reducing choke points, donors can put decisions in our hands where they belong. We've shown that with cooperation, we deliver. In collaboration with Germany and South Korea, a new innovative low-carbon cargo ship, the Urbanization, has joined our domestic fleet that will have 80% lower CO2 emissions than comparable ships. The Republic of the Marshall Islands will soon submit a new enhanced MDC. Let me be clear. We have only received half of the finance we need to deliver our last MDC. But we will develop and submit a new one because we know that this system only works when everyone continues to strive and plays their part. but those parts are not all equal. Our contribution to global emission is tiny. Major emitters, members of the G20, if we can do it, so can you. You can and must submit 1.5-degree aligned NTCs that set absolute economy-wide reduction targets and that cover all greenhouse gases and categories. The urgency of these commitments and the urgency to act on them before 2030 is paramount. The repercussions of low ambition and inaction will only get worse. We will be watching for 1.5 greenwashing. You can and must spell out to the rest of the world whose safety relies on your action, how you will deliver, and the energy goals set in Dubai last year. President and Excellencies, the winds are shifting too on climate finance. With the explosive increase in the cost of the climate crisis, it is obvious to everyone that the system isn't working. We can no longer afford to be unrealistic and unresponsive about the cost of the crisis, which we all know are in the trillions of dollars per year. Anyone who is here to fight over who pays for a small share of those needs rather than engage in a collective effort to find the trillions is no friend to islands like mine. Nor can we afford empty promises. Those that have benefited from extractions have an obligation to provide the climate finance that is desperately and urgently needed. We need a new collective quantified goal that sets us on a path to adapt and protect our communities, drive down our emissions, and respond to the ever-increasing loss and damage. That starts with making it crystal clear what climate finance is not. It is not market rate loans, and it's definitely not finance that funds fossil fuel production. Article 9 of the Paris Agreement contains specific protection for seeds that have never been operationalized. The new call must remedy this by ensuring a minimum floor of finance that flows to our islands. We can no longer afford to base our hope on an international financial architecture that holds us in the past, that perpetuates inequities. There is no shortage of proposals for how to reform these institutions. What has been missing is the willingness to make it happen. Excellencies, climate change threatens human rights. Every person on this planet has the right to a safe and healthy environment where they can thrive and have their dignity upheld. We must heed the voices of those that hold us to account and demand from us as governments the highest standards, and their rights must be respected. We won't succeed with the process and outcomes that are not inclusive. It is clear that women and children will suffer the most if we fail to stay within 1.5 degrees centigrade and to adapt. They must be part of the solution, from the community level to the international. We cannot afford to exclude Taiwan, a country which is under threat from the climate crisis, but also offers solution and innovation from this process. They deserve a seat at this table. Excellencies, it is time to fortify faith and trust in the process that we have created together to solve the climate crisis. The Paris Agreement is a beacon of hope that has guided change around the world. The success of this process does not depend on one country, but on all of us. We are here because we share a common commitment to solving the greatest challenge of our time. In our Marshallese culture and traditions, we have a saying, "Wakuk Wachimor," which literally means we are all on the same canoe, and that we must all work together if we are to reach our destination. Our world demands that we steer our canoe of humanity to reach a future that is safe and secure for generations to come. Thank you to the government and generous people of Azerbaijan for hosting us here in the beautiful city of Baku. Komoltada, I thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Nikos Christodoulidis, President of Cyprus. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Excellencies, at the outset, I would like to extend my gratitude to the government of Azerbaijan for hosting Cop29. Today, the whole attention is focused on our deliberations here in Baku, as the outcomes of this conference are critical to our shared commitment to securing a sustainable future for our planet. Dear friends, I address you today with feelings of honor, but also of great concern. We stand at a critical juncture as the impacts of climate change are intensifying with alarming speed. In the Mediterranean region, we are witnessing a rise in extreme weather events, raging wildfires, severe and prolonged droughts, extreme heats, sea level rise and catastrophic, deadly flooding, as we very recently saw happening in Spain. Speaking also from my own country experience, these extreme weather events are impacting our ecosystem, our economies, including agriculture and tourism, our communities and the quality of life of our people. They act as a stark warning and also are highlighting the urgent need for decisive, coordinated action. We need immediate, targeted responses at both the national and regional levels. My country has taken proactive steps by implementing a national adaptation strategy since 2017. We are currently updating this strategy in order to strengthen our capacity to manage complex and interlinked climate risk. Despite our small carbon footprint, Cyprus is committed to contributing to global emissions reduction. Within the European Union framework, we submitted an enhanced nationally determined contribution in 2020, pledging to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by at least 55% by 2020 compared to the 1990 levels, and the European Union as a whole remains resolute in its legally binding commitment to achieve net zero emissions by 2050. At regional level, my country recently relaunched the Eastern Mediterranean and Middle East Climate Change Initiative, aiming to develop synergies to mitigate the impact of climate change with focus on cross-border projects. Dear friends, it is crystal clear that government action alone is not enough. We also need to engage our societies, our citizens, our businesses in this collective mission and fundamentally rethink the relationship between our economies and nature. Green investments, the transformation of the energy and industrial sectors, and the eventual decarbonization across sectors can be the answer to more competitive and healthier markets. Excellencies, as I already stressed, only by acting collectively with urgency and ambition we can avert the most severe consequences of climate change. With this in mind, we need to successfully conclude COP29 with a determined and forward-looking outcome, crystallizing pathways and opportunities for climate resilient and sustainable development. Before closing, dear friends, I would like to acknowledge the importance of youth. Young voices have been instrumental in pushing for an ambitious climate agenda. Let's hear their voices and let's heed their call. If we ignore these voices, our children and grandchildren will inherit a climate and natural dystopia. Let us resolutely work together the path of climate neutrality. Only together we can build resilient, sustainable and green societies for the generations that will inherit our planet. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Peter Pellegrini, President of Slovakia. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this year my country, Slovakia, as others in Europe, has experienced the hottest summer on record. It brought heavy rains and devastating floods. The greenhouse gas concentrations are the highest in the humankind. We have crossed critical 1.5 Celsius degrees in 12 consecutive months. And this gives us a real taste of what the planet can become. Climate change accelerates, so it's the detrimental effects on our planet. Longer we wait, more we can lose in terms of lives, ecosystems and economies. Esteemed colleagues, in face of climate change danger, every single country is too small. True commitment of all to multilateralism is badly needed. Let us ask, can we succeed without all the biggest economies and polluters stepping up? Developing countries need our solidarity. Can they succeed if our approach to financing and its contributors remain the same? Everyone needs to speed up. My country does. We cut our emissions by almost 50% since 1990. In the energy sector, we shut down our last coal mine in 2023 and remaining 2 coal power plants recently. It's a big step towards full phase-out of coal from our power generation. At this COP, Slovakia joins the call to action for no new coal. Soon, my country's electricity will come from low-emission sources by 90%, mainly nuclear and renewables. We will also become its net exporter, and already we help Ukraine, which lacks electricity due to Russian aggression. For Slovakia, the second largest producer in Europe, nuclear is crucial on path towards neutrality. In innovations, we want to go beyond small modular reactors. Only around 40% of nuclear fuel we can turn into energy in current large-scale reactors. We want to become leader in multiple reuse of this spent fuel. This could be a real breakthrough in energy security or costly nuclear waste storage. We could secure enough energy for many generations to come. Till the end of this decade, my country plans to reduce emissions at least by 55%. To achieve it, we will invest €14 billion to decarbonize sectors, increase renewables, and to advance our resilience. I am an advocate of the rational choice that do not harm the working people, the most vulnerable, our competitiveness and prosperity. If we lose trust of our citizens as politicians, we cannot succeed. Slovakia pledged to contribute €2.2 million to the Green Climate Fund by 2027. Our climate finance grow. It helps our developing partners to build their cleaner future and their resilience to climate adversity. Colleagues, I wish this COP and its presidency a progress towards meaningful climate action in line with the global stocktake along all standards of the Paris Agreement for sustainable well-being of and at our planet. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency, Mr. Charles Michel, President of the European Council, speaking on behalf of the European Union. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Heads of state and government, heads of delegation, Your Excellencies, in your respective capacities, the world is on the razor's edge. Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine, the war in Gaza, and the tragic crisis in the Middle East, civil war in Sudan. These conflicts and many others are leading to humanitarian disasters for civilian populations and are polarizing societies across the world. Violent imperialism, endless cycles of vengeance and collective punishment are poisons that are imperiling us all. The European Union believes deeply in a world that is rules-based the strength of law and not the law of strength. Ladies and gentlemen, each week somewhere in the world we have to deal with the devastating consequences of climate change. This climate threat is an existential threat to humanity, and it is our responsibility as human beings to wage for this war against nature, and some are more responsible than others, and they are known as the developed countries. And this is how the Paris Agreement should be our peace treaty with nature. The principle of cooperation should govern our implementation of this agreement. Boldness rather than procrastination, solidarity instead of selfishness, ambition instead of surrender. We must go for the survival instinct rather than burying our heads in the sand. You can count on the European Union. We are stepping up to the plate with financing, $31 billion. That is more than our fair share, and we are calling on everyone to follow our example, including the G7 emerging countries. We stress the need to broaden the donor base, and we must have more contributors. We must meet this ambitious objective. We support a multi-track approach, and we must use carbon pricing as a lever, and we must use development banks to mobilize this agreement. The euro is the currency of the climate, and we are determined to support developing countries, and we are doing so with our partnership for an equitable and just energy transition. South Africa and other countries, along with Indonesia, are the ones that we're supporting. A few weeks ago, in New York, we went against the grain and we agreed on the pact for the future at a dark moment for multilateralism. And this is a ray of hope. And we hope that this COP will be one of confidence, determination, and the COP that will walk the talk. You can count on the European Union. Thank you.
It is my pleasure to welcome Her Excellency Ms. Gordana Sliunaska Daskova, President of North Macedonia. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let me thank the Republic of Azerbaijan and President Aliyev for hosting, in my opinion, this urgent conference. We have gathered at Cop29 in the midst of a war. The good news is, some would say, that the aggressor is already suffering heavy losses and will most probably lose the war. The bad news is that the aggressor is humankind itself, with its unsustainable production systems and consumer habits. Unless we hold global warming below 1.5 degrees by 2050, instead of sustainability and growth, we will have to think about habitability and survival. In this war against nature, it is the innocent, the children, the vulnerable populations and small developing nations who often suffer most. Situated in one of the most climate vulnerable regions in the world, the Mediterranean, we must adapt our security, defense, energy, health, tourism, water, educational and other systems to this multidimensional challenge, making them inclusive to women, children and youth. We have endorsed the declarations on enhanced action in tourism and on water for climate action. In addition, I have appointed a climate expert in my National Security Council, and we have joined the group of friends on climate and security. Our goal is to accelerate the transition to a low-carbon economy across all sectors, including energy, transport, industry, and agriculture. To achieve green growth, we will invest in green jobs and reskill workers, moving away from carbon-based energy production. Sustainable energy transition must be environmentally and socially just. We adopted a long climate action. We will introduce a legal framework for monitoring, reporting, verification and accreditation. In parallel, we will adopt a revised law on energy and a new law on renewables. These laws support the implementation of the challenging green agenda and sustainable connectivity cluster in EU membership negotiations, requiring €3.1 billion for renewable energy and energy efficiency. The Economic and Investment Plan and the Green Agenda for the Western Balkans provide funding for this. Regardless of progress in the EU accession process, countries should have ongoing access to climate action funds before membership. Esteemed Excellencies, we need a peace agreement, a natural contract, as Michel Serra would say, to stop treating nature as adversary and start treating it as partner. The Paris Agreement, the SDGs, are the blueprint of that peace agreement, of that natural contract. Let's implement them in the line with the principle Pacta sunt servanda.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency, Mr. Alexander Stubb, President of Finland. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies and colleagues. In the age of multipolarity, we probably need multilateralism more than ever. And I guess climate change is a litmus test for multilateralism. And the reason for that is quite simple. If we fail this test, efforts to address any kind of global challenges, say sustainable development, technology or demography, will all be in vain. And of course, if we fail to limit the increase of global temperature, future generations will be left with a world which has more pandemics, more hunger and more conflict. Now, at the same time, we must of course ensure that climate action is aligned with the broader development agenda. And I don't say the following thing just because I have a daughter of 23 years old, but I do want to emphasize the importance of women and youth in the fight against climate change. And in many ways, the choice is actually quite binary. It's black and white. You can have either multipolar and transactional disorder or multilateral cooperative order. Without changing the current power balance, I'm afraid the former will prevail over the latter. Now, the growing influence of formats such as G20, where representation better reflects the global realities, is of course welcome. But taking on more power in global decision-making should also mean taking more responsibility. Countries which seek to upgrade their global influence to reflect modern realities cannot demand that global responsibilities are forever based on circumstances in the early 1990s. So therefore, the largest emitters and the largest economies will determine the direction of the whole planet. Reflecting on these developments, I would like to underline 3 points where I think Cop29 is pivotal. First, we all have to take more responsibility for reducing emissions. Last year in Dubai, we took the crucial step by agreeing on the transition away from fossil fuels. Now we need to turn our promises into practice as we prepare our new nationally determined contributions ahead of COP30 in Belém. It's crucial that especially the G20 members show leadership by setting the most ambitious targets possible in line with the 1.5 degrees limit. Second, we all have to take more responsibility for climate finance. The new collective quantified goal needs to be both ambitious and achievable. It has to reflect the current global economy and sources of emission, not the situation more than 30 years ago. I'm pleased to announce that Finland will be providing additional funding to the Systematic Observations Finance Facility to help strengthen adaptation and build resilience, especially in the least developed countries and small island developing stage. And let me conclude by saying that we actually need three things simultaneously. We need targets and legislation, we need finance, both public and private, and we need technological innovations. And the bottom line is that we need all three of them together. We cannot regulate ourselves out of this crisis, we cannot pay ourselves out of this crisis, but we can innovate ourselves from this crisis. Here in Baku, I'm really looking forward to explore all of these things achieved together. And whenever in the future I hear that gong, I shall take it as a symbol for the urgency we have to fight climate change. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Jakov Milatovic, President of Montenegro. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Your Excellencies, it is a profound honor to participate on behalf of Montenegro in this distinguished gathering. COP29 is taking place at a crucial time. The data from the UN agencies are showing that 2024 is on track to be the hottest year on record. The negative consequences of the climate change are increasingly impacting communities worldwide, with Montenegro being no exception, thus underscoring the urgent need for climate action. Since the early 1990s, Montenegro's commitment to aligning national policies with international sustainability standards has been evident, especially when the country became the first nation in the world to establish its status as an ecological state within our own constitution, thus pledging to integrate all environmental considerations across areas of national governance. Although our share in global CO2 emissions is negligible and Montenegro's contribution to environmental goals may seem modest in a global context, this does not exempt us from the responsibility to contribute to collective efforts towards carbon neutrality. As an EU candidate country, Montenegro aligns its policies with those of the EU, and as such, we have committed to sharing the climate ambition expressed in the European Green Agenda. Through our NDCs, Montenegro has pledged to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 35% by 2030 compared to 1990 levels. And as the goal is assessed to have been already achieved, the country is planning to raise the target to 55%, while the policymakers are actively exploring ways to further enhance this goal. In parallel, Montenegro is actively investing in renewable energy infrastructure, including the development of wind farms and solar energy panels, while the plans for doubling the capacity of the undersea electricity connection with Italy is already being planned, thus positioning Montenegro as a unique link between the Balkan and Italian electricity systems. The country is accelerating the implementation of energy efficiency initiatives, especially within public institutions, and these efforts are being supported by major international organizations. Montenegro has also emerged as a regional leader in innovative financing mechanisms for sustainable development. Building on existing institutions like the Eco Fund, the country has, in partnership with the UN office in Montenegro, introduced what we call Sustainable Development Goals Acceleration Fund, thus creating a unique and powerful tool for fostering partnerships that represent a new generation of financing for SDGs. Ladies and gentlemen, to conclude, on the path to carbon neutrality, we must remain committed to just transition. Dear colleagues, time is the most precious resource at our disposal, and every day counts as crucial in our collective pursuit of a climate-resilient economy. Collaboration is essential in this endeavour, so I urge us all to leave this event with a renewed sense of urgency and commitment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Ramchandra Paldel, President of Nepal. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. President, climate justice and climate finance, including reparations for loss and damage, are my paramount concerns today. Even though Nepal's carbon emission is negligible, we are suffering terrible consequences of global warming and climate change. In fact, we are reeling from some recent climate-related disasters, glacial lake outbursts, and devastating floods that caused damages worth tens of billions of rupees. The scale of destruction is so immense that recovery and reconstruction present a severe challenge given our limited resources and capacity. Climate change has affected the whole planet, but its impacts have been especially severe in poor, least developed, developing nations and SEEDs. Mr. President, Nepal is committed to utilize natural resources sustainably and prudently. As we implement our ambitious emission reduction targets set out in the second NDC, contributing to the global well-being and protection of Mother Earth, we have increased forest cover and enhanced production and supply of clean energy, to mention a few of our efforts. But the challenges precipitated by global warming and climate change far exceed our capacity and resources to manage them. Mr. President, we are compelled to divert our meager resources, originally allocated for poverty reduction, towards adaptation and mitigation, which is a grave injustice. Urgent implementation of polluters pay and compensate principle is critical, and they must also take responsibility for reducing emissions. While the pledges for climate funds have been insufficient to begin with, they have also remained unmet. It is even more distressing to note that the targeted communities do not receive the funds due to complicated processes. In this regard, I also call for urgent operationalization of the Loss and Damage Fund, which is intended to support the vulnerable developing countries. Climate finance must recognize the contributions of countries like Nepal in protecting biodiversity, the Himalayan cryosphere, as well as in supplying fresh water. These nations must also be adequately compensated for climate-related loss and damage. I also call for technology transfer and adequate capacity building grants in accordance with the Paris Agreement and the commitment of developed countries. Climate finance must be provided in the form of grants, and this should be disbursed through national treasuries to ensure effectiveness. Mr. President, the vast resources spent for the arms should instead be redirected for adaptation and mitigation efforts to protect human civilization and bequeath a habitable planet to future generations. I hope this conference will make concrete progress towards setting out a clear NCQG based on the principle of climate justice, equity and capacity, towards limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees and towards ensuring climate justice and sustainable development of least developed and Himalayan nations. As the snow-capped white mountains turn into black rocks, the world needs to recognize that the effects are not limited to the mountainous nations, but also extend to the coastal ones. Therefore, it is high time we formulate and implement integrated and holistic adaptation strategies that link mountains to the sea. Nepal is organizing Sagarmatha Sambad Everest Dialogue to advance this important concept. Finally, I reiterate that protecting Himalayas is protecting ourselves and entire humanity across the planet. Thank you for attention.
It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Chandrika Prasad Santokhi, President of Suriname. His Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Good afternoon. As President, I'm here today to inform the COP that my country, Suriname, a member of CARICOM, a carbon-negative nation, rich in natural resources, is on a path of sustainable green development strategy and is a determined advocate in the fight against climate change. Our vast forests, still covering 93% of our territory, act as a vital carbon sink, absorbing more carbon dioxide than our economy emits, and we are committed to stay carbon negative. CARICOM and 6 nations are facing the injustice of a crisis they didn't cause, a crisis they cannot solve alone, even with their best efforts to cut their emissions, which are now lower than 1%. Developed countries must act now to support the resilience and transition of developing nations. We as CARICOM leaders are committed to stay below 1.5 degrees this century as pledged, and we ask you all to do your part. My country will continue to contribute to our green transition, adapt to climate impacts, and achieve our sustainable development goals through a green development strategy, leaving no one behind. A balanced and responsible exploitation of the oil and gas sector after the announcement of the FID recently will be an integral part of this strategy. Suriname's strong commitment to environmental leadership is evident through our leading position in the Environmental Performance Index in Latin America and being the first country to develop internationally transferred mitigation outcomes, ITMOs. Madam President, most CARICOM states lack the financial capacity and resources to recover from escalated climate impacts. Outdated GDP-based criteria keep concessional financing out of the reach of many of us, despite adoption of the multidimensional vulnerability index at the United Nations. Yet international financial institutions have not implemented it. CARICOM calls for a binding commitment to allocate at least 15% of climate finance to SITs instead of the unacceptable 1.5% SITs now receive. We call for easier, more tailored access to climate financing for SITs, including simplified applications, capacity building, direct funding, and affordable financing. Developed nations have a duty to support those less responsible and more vulnerable to climate change, requiring immediate action to correct this imbalance and climate injustice. The Loss and Damage Fund must be made functional and effective urgently. This must be fixed in 2025. Without significant increases in climate finance, SITs cannot adapt the climate impacts or achieve sustainable development. Inaction threatens their very existence. Finally, Mr. President, it is time to take bold action now to help SITs confront the urgent threat of climate change. I thank you, and may God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency, Mr. Denis Bersirovic, Chairman of the Presidency of Bosnia and Herzegovina. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Distinguished Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, let me thank to host Azerbaijan and United Nations for organizing this important conference. The state of our planet is alarming. Accelerated climate changes are the result of irresponsible human actions. By industrializing the earth, man endangered nature and thus endangered himself. The path our civilization is currently on is leading to catastrophe. One of the key problems today is the complete erosion of morale. We are witnessing that some big countries preach heaven but practice hell. Because of such policy, both people and nature are suffering. One of the biggest obstacles in the fight against the climate crisis is state egoism. Unfortunately, certain countries consider that this is not a critical issue for the current generation and choose to defer its resolution to future generations. This mindset is deeply wrong. The challenges are different for each of our countries, but the goal is the same. Let's be on the same side in the fight against the climate crisis. The growing climate crisis requires us to make changes in our value system. To mitigate the climate crisis, we need to focus, among other things, on more responsible policies that promote nature protection, improvement of green financing standards, strengthening climate diplomacy, educational programs that will encourage climate innovation, and empowering a new generation of climate leaders. Bosnia and Herzegovina is determined to contribute to the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, achieve climate neutrality, carry out the energy transition, and to contribute to the implementation of the Paris Agreement on climate change. Bosnia and Herzegovina is actively working on the adoption of the Integrated National Energy and Climate Plan. The document outlines Bosnia and Herzegovina's strategic determination, direction in the process of decarbonization of the energy sector until 2030, with a clear vision to 2050. Finally, let's not forget, the earth does not belong to humans, but humans belong to the earth. Let's continue our fight against climate change. It is a fight for our future. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Nana Addo Danwa, Kufuor-Addo, President of Ghana. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Chairperson, Excellencies, distinguished leaders, Ghana thanks Azerbaijan for her warm welcome and congratulates her for assuming the chairmanship of COP with dedication to our shared future, as I attend COP for the last time as President of the Republic of Ghana. Today we gather not merely as leaders or policymakers, but as individuals bound by our love for our lands and future generations. We're here to declare we stand in solidarity for a green world. For Ghana, climate change is real and immediate, affecting our farmers, coastlines, and communities. Rising temperatures and unpredictable weather threaten our livelihoods daily. Yet we respond with resilience and commitment. In 2021, Ghana submitted updated nationally determined contributions to the United Nations, encompassing 47 programs to mitigate and adapt to climate impacts. Our goal is to cut emissions by 64 million metric tons by 2030. Demanding investments between 10 and 15 billion United States dollars. Despite financial and technical hurdles, we're determined to meet the Paris Agreement's goals across agriculture, transport, forestry, energy, and other sectors. We have made strides. The Green Ghana project has planted 50 million trees, and forest restoration efforts have covered 721,000 hectares since 2017 when I came to office. 13 mitigation actions have cut annual greenhouse gas emissions by 43% since 2021. Ghana's national electric vehicle policy, backed by tax incentives, promotes sustainable mobility, and our energy transition framework steers us towards a green future. Through Article 6 of the Paris Agreement, Ghana has mobilized 800 million United States dollars by trading carbon credits with nations like Switzerland and Sweden. However, we cannot reach our climate goals alone. We call on our global partners to honor their commitments, ensuring accessible concessional financing for sustainable development in Africa without unsustainable debt. As a father and a grandfather, I question what we will leave behind. What world will we leave behind? Our children's future hinges on our decisions. That Cop29 here in Azerbaijan mark a pivotal shift from dialogue to decisive action. Let us act boldly, showing future generations that we fought for them. Ghana stands united with the world for a green, resilient tomorrow. Madam Chair, thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Kurulsuk Akna, President of Mongolia. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
His Excellency Mr. Ilham Aliyev, President of the Republic of Azerbaijan, Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. At a time when climate change is accelerating due to both natural forces and human actions adversely impacting on sustainable development, livelihood, and human well-being worldwide, we need to strengthen our political leadership, collective efforts, and activities. The United Nations continues to warn us that the chance to meet the commitments under the Paris Agreement is gradually diminishing. We must heed the words of the United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres, who emphasized it as a canyon littered with broken promises, broken lives, and broken records. All of this signifies a failure of leadership, a betrayal of the vulnerable, and a massive missed opportunity. Hence, today, humanity should unite for our common future with shared goals of treating the Mother Nature with utmost compassion and respect, rather than subjugating her. And in order to every country to achieve more tangible results, it is necessary to strengthen national consensus, common policy, and mutual understanding involving all social groups, including government, private sector, civil society. If humankind does not take decisive actions to protect the Mother Earth, tackle the issues of climate change, land degradation, and biodiversity loss, the planet will find her own way to survive regardless of our presence. Harmonious coexistence with Mother Nature is the foundation of human existence. We should never forget that. Particularly, owing the elevated debt levels, constrained domestic budgets, and limited financial resources, developing countries and those vulnerable to climate change face with financial risks in successfully fulfilling their obligations and commitments under the Paris Agreement. Therefore, I would like to emphasize that the world leaders need to take up into consideration the priorities and needs of countries, especially developing countries, and support and adopt the new collective quantified goal for climate finance at this 29th session of the Conference of the Parties to the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, which will significantly increase climate finance. In order to successfully fulfill its commitments under the Paris Agreement, Mongolia needs to financing equal to approximately 50% of its GDP. In this regard, to enhance financing and investment in renewable energy, green agriculture, and forestry, our country is undertaking a comprehensive reform aimed at improving the legal and business environment. As such, within the framework of the Bill International Movement, Mongolia has expanded its international cooperation and investment while establishing a project finance for permanence for nature conservation called Eternal Mongolia. Mr. President, according to the study conducted by the UN Movement, if the global community fails to meet its climate change mitigation goals by 2050, it may push up to 160 million more women and girls into poverty, and food insecurity may affect up to 240 million more women and girls. Therefore, Mongolia successfully hosted the World Women's Forum under the theme Towards Green Future in August this year and adopted the Ulaanbaatar Declaration Towards a Sustainable Future, calling the countries around the world to promote women's participation and leadership in the fight against climate change. Moreover, Mongolia is putting forward an initiative to establish a global coalition on sustainable rangelands and pastoralists for the future at a time when climate change is detrimental impact the country's wide traditional pastoralism. I'm confident that this initiative will contribute to the implementation of the resolution adopted by the UN Secretary General UNGA declaring the International Year of Cooperatives in 2025 and the International Year of Rangelands of Pastoralists in 2026, and as well as the preparation of the 17th UNCCD COP in Ulaanbaatar in 2026. May the eternal blue sky bless us, the humanity forever. May the world be at peace. I thank you very much for your attention.
President of
So it's essential for the Paris Agreement to be respected because this is the fundamental global convention for combating climate change. Indeed, climate change is a key priority for Sudan because it is vital to deal with it for our national development. Our country is facing aggression, whether it is from the rapid response militia, rebels, and all the consequences stemming therefrom such aggression. But these aggressions have an impact on people and on the environment. There are also non-sustainable practices which are the result of war, such as, for example, the felling of trees, an increase in pollution, as well as the destruction of infrastructure. All of that has an impact on us. Notwithstanding all of this, the government of Sudan has established a whole number of policies and plans to improve the efficiency of production and to depend less and less on fossil fuels. Ladies and gentlemen, financing, localizing, and making sustainable development financeable is something which is vital for the donor countries to help the developing countries to meet their climate change commitments. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome Her Excellency Ms. Mia Sandu, President of the Republic of Moldova. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Distinguished delegates, it's an honor to address you on behalf of the Moldovan people. My deep gratitude goes to His Excellency President Aliyev and the government of Azerbaijan for hosting Cop29 in Baku. Ladies and gentlemen, Moldova exemplifies the injustice of climate change. While contributing a mere 0.03% of global emissions, we are Europe's most vulnerable country to climate impacts. For Moldova, climate change is not a distant threat. It is a present reality impacting our daily lives, economy, and especially our rural communities who depend on agriculture. Rising temperatures, prolonged droughts, and erratic rainfall are reducing yields in crops like wheat and corn, while Moldova's vineyards, central to our economy and heritage, face new challenges. Access to water is increasingly strained, affecting both agriculture and daily life. Small and developing economies worldwide share this burden, often lacking the resources to recover. This underscores the urgent need for an equitable, accessible climate finance system that prioritizes vulnerable nations and builds resilience. It's only fair that we count on support from major economies. To expedite climate action, existing funds and programs must also cut through the bureaucratic delays, which can span years. In Moldova, we're doing our part. Despite multiple crises due to Russia's brutal war against Ukraine, which impacts our economy significantly, we launched a national afforestation program, an effort to expand forest cover by 5%, showing our commitment to a greener future. Despite limited resources, we pursue this goal for the health of our planet and future generations, improving air quality, biodiversity and land. The recent global energy crisis spurred us into swift action. We're reducing consumption through energy efficiency and expanding renewables. Yet, afforestation and decarbonization are costly, and with greater support, we could accelerate this existential work. Ladies and gentlemen, Time is running out. Global warming won't wait until other crises are resolved. History will judge us if we fail to act, risking vast areas of our planet becoming unlivable. Our solidarity today will shape the Earth's future. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency, Mr. Geraldo Ackerman, Vice President of Brazil. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Madam Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, the pathway and the diplomatic efforts of the Climate Convention, which began in 1992 in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, now bring us to Baku in Azerbaijan for Cop29. Each step along this path represents both progress and hesitations of multilateralism in the task of achieving common environmental goals and in our ability to rise to the challenges. The Baku Conference aims to define the new climate finance target. The new financial target must be ambitious in a way as to limit the temperature increase to 1.5 degrees Celsius. Baku also has the challenge to conclude carbon market negotiations and lead the way for the implementation of historic commitments achieved during COP28, in particular about energy and forests. Brazil is recognized as an environmental powerhouse, but also a leader in food security. We have the largest tropical forest in the whole wide world. We have the cleanest energy matrix among the major economies, efficient and green agriculture, and above all, we are aware and committed to the fact that there is no future without sustainability. We are implementing the climate plan, which will serve as a guide for Brazilian climate policy until 2035. We have also signed the Pact for Ecological Transformation between the three branches of government of Brazil, with the support of which is fundamental the participation of civil society. We need concrete measures at the right pace. I will have the honor of presenting at the Cop29 Brazil's NDC. Our target reflects our highest ambition to reduce emissions by up to 67% by 2035 compared to the year of 2005. Certainly ambitious, but also feasible. To do this, however, we will need to work together to ensure the appropriate conditions and means of implementation. Our NDC is much more than simply an emissions reduction target for 2035. It reflects the vision of a country that looks to the future and is determined to be a protagonist in the new global economy with renewable energy, fighting inequality, and commitment to sustainable development. The success of COP29 is fundamental to the success of COP30, which we are proud to host in Belém, in Brazil, and also for the global response to climate change. Failure to act now will cost us dearly later. On behalf of President Lula, I hope to see you next year in Brazil. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Philip Isidore Mapango, Vice President of the United Republic of Tanzania. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Madam Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, here we are yet for another COP, dubbed as a finance COP, where we need to work together in solidarity for a green world. We meet at a time when the greenhouse gas emissions and temperatures are rising to record-breaking levels with dire consequences, particularly to developing countries. Climate change is not a distant concern, but a current reality. The last few weeks have seen catastrophic flooding in Spain, devastating fires in the Amazon, and torrential rains displacing millions in South Asia. My country has also not been spared by such catastrophic events, and they are costing us 2 to 3% of our GDP lost annually. While a total of $19.2 billion will be needed by 2030 to deliver on our NDCs, so far only about $500 million have been received, necessitating use of our own internal resources at the expense of other development projects and increasing our debt burden. And this scenario is now the order of the day across Africa. And this is obviously inappropriate and unethical for adaptation, loss, damage, and for Africa that never caused this problem. Since Copenhagen, the promise of real finance has been elusive. The finance COP, therefore, must move from empty rhetoric and come up with bold decisions that address the financing needs of countries corresponding to the urgency of the climate crisis. We look forward to a fit-for-purpose new collective quantified goal to replace the $100 billion goal agreed in 2009. This is indeed an opportunity to drive systemic change in climate finance, because what will be agreed will inform climate action or inaction for years to come. Climate finance is about responsibility and justice as agreed, and therefore Cop29 must also maintain the momentum on loss and damage so that the fund does not become an empty shell, negating the gains made last year at Cop28 in Dubai. Excellencies, Tanzania remains committed to contribute to global efforts to combat climate change. We are using own resources on projects that foster development and those that supply clean energy, environmentally friendly transportation systems, improved early warning systems, and waste management. In addition, Tanzania has a total area of 48.1 million hectares of forest reserves, with an estimated carbon storage potential equivalent to 2% of the world's total carbon. Also, Tanzania has territorial sea area covering 64,500 square kilometers, which provide a big potential for blue economy. We are committed to continue conserving these critical marine and forest ecosystems. Indeed, we are already acting in solidarity for a green world, even with our own meager resources. Yet the challenge we are facing is that carbon markets are not yet fully defined, and thus denying our countries the payments they deserve. There is lack of information and capacity to participate gainfully in carbon markets. To conclude, let me emphasize that we cannot talk about a just transition without focusing on clean cooking. That matters greatly to the majority of Africans. About 900 million people in Africa still cook using biomass fuels, resulting into deforestation, loss of carbon sinks, and deaths due to smoke-related diseases. For this reason, my president, Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, decided to champion clean cooking on the African continent, and we call on Cop29 to take up clean cooking as one of the priority areas under just transition and mitigation finance discussions. As a show of leadership, Tanzania is implementing the clean cooking strategy to ensure the availability of clean, safe and affordable cooking energy to about 80% of households by 2034, and has launched a Pan-African Women Clean Cooking Support Program that requires financial support of about $4 billion annually by 2030 to transform the continent with clean cooking solutions. Madam Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Temimoko Mailet Kone, Vice President of Côte d'Ivoire. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Madame la Présidente, Excellences, Mesdames et
Madam Chair, President, ladies and gentlemen, our meeting is being held at a time when the climate crisis has reached an unprecedented level. The last United Nations climate report is alarming. Our planet is heating at a worrying pace, which means that the objective of 1.5 Celsius is unreachable or unlikely to be reached. We are now at a decisive juncture, and we must take rapid and collective action to tackle climate challenges which are increasingly destructive. No country, I must add, is spared. In Côte d'Ivoire, we have taken bold initiatives, and without them, we could have a 13% drop in our GDP by 2050, and almost 2 million of our peoples would dip into poverty. It is clear that the economic, social, and health consequences are inevitable if we stand without doing anything. And it's for this reason that our President Alassane Ouattara has led strong measures that confirm our commitment to the Paris Agreement. This year, we concluded with the IMF a facility for sustainability and resilience, and along with other partners, we have, including the World Bank, we have been looking into more innovative financing measures. We have also strengthened governance, and we have set up a National Commission for Climate Change and a Carbon Market Bureau. We also adopted a draft law on climate. Today, Côte d'Ivoire stands ready to join the international carbon market with emission reductions linked to the conservation of our forests. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we must face the facts. Climate disasters, as well as the rapid biodiversity loss, are threatening our common future. Given the gravity of this situation, Côte d'Ivoire calls for us to stand by our Cop28 commitments and previous conferences as well, especially our pledge to fund the Loss and Damage Fund and to mobilize resources from Africa, mobilized by developed countries for Africa to tackle climate change. But beyond that, the major economies must drastically reduce their greenhouse gas emissions to facilitate access to climate technology and to accelerate the energy transition. Countries with strategic natural resources must have enough resources to facilitate their energy transition without going into further debt. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference must more than ever meet the expectations of the people across the world, and to this end, it is a pressing need on developed countries to take climate action. We must come up with a more ambitious, they must have a more ambitious program for developing countries, and they must take into account the legitimate and specific needs of the more vulnerable regions. The heavy toll paid by our populations because of increasingly violent climate disasters means that we must come to urgent agreement on financing so that we can have lasting solutions and ensure that this COP29 marks a critical juncture where we can forge a path towards protecting our planet and ensuring a sustainable future for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Hamid Abdullah Afi Didi, Vice President of the Seychelles. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great privilege to stand in front of you and to present the position of Seychelles. Tiny group of islands of only 100,000 people, 115 islands. Most people live on about 3. Our land area is about 455 square kilometers. This is less than the size of Munich in Germany. But our maritime area is 1.374 million square kilometers. This is the size of France and Turkey put together. So 100,000 people managing a huge maritime space the size of France and Turkey. What are we doing in Seychelles to protect the environment and to protect the planet? Madam Chair, the UN has set all of us countries goals that we have to protect 30% of our land, fresh water, and our oceans by 2030. 30%. Of our little amount of land, we've protected half already. Of that huge expanse of sea that we have, we've already protected 32%. In other words, we have achieved the UN 30 by 30 4 years ago. So the Seychelles has performed. And in fact, of the sea area that we're protecting, there's an area called Saya de Mala, which is the size of Switzerland. And it's actually a seagrass meadow. What does it do? It absorbs carbon emission. So our output, we emit about 600,000 tons, but our seagrass meadow absorbs 18 million tons. So in other words, for every ton that we put out, we absorb 30 tons from the rest of the world. Having done all of that, what do we find? Rising sea level. It's threatening our port, our airport, our housing infrastructure, our fuel farm, our power station, our courts. Everything is being threatened. We have to relocate our houses. We have to relocate infrastructure. It may cost us $15 to $20 million to relocate houses, $15 to $20 million to relocate infrastructure. Where will we get the money for this? Well, there's been a lot of pledges through COP28, 27, 26, now 29. And Adaptation Fund, the Loss and Damage Fund, $700 million. But the mechanisms aren't clear. What Seychelles is asking COP29, let's make this a resolution that we shall ask that the mechanisms to release those funds be decided. Just like the gong just went now, if this could have been done every time it made a boom, we could have released $1 million. I think this afternoon Seychelles would have had all the money that it needed to restore a lot of its damaged environment. So I say to COP29 and I say to the world, let us do all we can to put the words into action. There are countries punching way above their weight. Seychelles is doing its best to help the world. Please help us. Let's make these promises become a reality. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome Her Excellency Ms. Esperanza Maria Ecuador Francisco de Costa, Vice President of Angola. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you.
Your Excellencies, heads of state and government, ladies and gentlemen, it is with the highest honor that I address the distinguished delegations present at this, the 29th Conference of the Parties to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. Conveying the greetings of His Excellency João Manuel Gonçalves Lourenço, President of the Republic of Angola, whom I have the honor to express our gratitude to represent at this event. Taking this opportunity, allow me to express our gratitude to His Excellency Ilham Aliyev, President of the Republic of Azerbaijan, for the hospitality extended us since the arrival of our delegation in this beautiful city of Baku. I also commend the Secretariat for the hard work and dialogues maintained, which have allowed us to bring closer the importance of the global milestones attained since the signing of the Paris Agreement and previous conferences. Each conference of the parties is an opportunity to protect the progress achieved at COP20 and turn the commitments made into concrete actions. We will only be able to meet the goals of the Paris Agreement if all countries have the means to accelerate climate change, mitigation, and adaptation measures. We consider it essential to make greater efforts to rapidly increase adaptation financing and ensure that international carbon markets do work for everyone. Create mechanisms to monitor and ensure that pledged funds are dispersed, as well as fully operationalize the loss and damage fund, identifying simplified and efficient access mechanisms for financing to developing countries which are the most affected by climate impacts. Ladies and gentlemen, the Republic of Angola, like other countries in the African region, has been facing various challenges generated by significant impacts of climate change. The 2022 to 2035 National Strategy for Climate Change includes mitigation and adaptation measures by mainstreaming climate change issues into national policies, reflecting a comprehensive commitment of Angola to environmental sustainability. And we also share data to respond to different problems linked to climate change, including forced migrations. Drought and desertification in the southwest of Angola continue to be the main concern of the government, as they have negatively impacted communities and development programs. Angola continues to implement the program to combat the effects of drought in the southern region of Angola by building new dams, and we aim to promote agricultural development, strengthen food security, and provide greater resilience to communities. On the other hand, the National Plan for Adaptation to Climate Change is being developed, and our 2025 NDC is under review, focusing on the transport and energy sectors. We would like to highlight efforts aimed at strengthening the national energy matrix with renewable energy, currently accounting for 66% of energy from photovoltaic and hydropower projects, expected to scale to 72% by the end of 2027. This reflects our commitment to address pollution, emissions reduction, and to promote a transition to a low-carbon economy. We consider that the enhancement of forests in a new vision will benefit the creation of green jobs so that youths and communities can be included in the management of forest ecosystems. We continue to make efforts to increase terrestrial conservation areas, and we have started a vast program to identify ecologically significant marine zones that will allow the creation of a network of marine protected areas, which are key factors in the development of the blue economy. Thus, we have devised differentiated strategies, programs, and projects to intensify global commitments to climate goals, while simultaneously ensuring the improvement of living conditions for our populations, reducing poverty, and equally fostering an environment of harmony in the Southern African region through fruitful cooperation by shared management of transboundary water resources. Ladies and gentlemen, our goals cannot be achieved amidst tensions and conflicts arising in the international context. We therefore need to increase our commitments to stability and to the Pact for the Future we Want, adopted at the United Nations Summit to build a better future and reduce the climate crisis, hunger and poverty, and promote the improvement of food systems, a low-emission economy, gender equity, education, innovation, and peace as new decisions and indeed a legacy for future generations. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Abdallah Alamini Bazwa, Vice Chairman of the Presidential Leadership Council of Yemen. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
فخامة الرئيس إلهام علييف رئيس جمهورية أذربيجان.
Your Excellency, President Aliyev, President of Azerbaijan, ladies and gentlemen, heads of government, Secretary General of the United Nations, ladies and gentlemen, may the peace of God be with you. First of all, I would like to express my deepest thanks to the government of Azerbaijan for the warm welcome and excellent organization of this major UN conference, which is indeed a fine opportunity to bolster international cooperation to combat climate change, which today poses a threat to humanity. And here we are in Baku with the heavy responsibility of protecting our planet. We are convening in this room to protect our planet, our common cradle, given the dangers posed by climate change. Many have already spoken from this podium, and I would like to take this opportunity to refer to the risks facing Yemen. Yemen is experiencing major crises, humanitarian, security-related, and economic, among many others, which are compounded by climate change through things like drought, heat waves, and the increase in sea levels, not to mention many cyclones. And the consequences are becoming ever graver, given the humanitarian situation, which is especially vulnerable because of a war which has been ongoing for 10 years, because of the involvement of militias supported by Iran, a war which has destroyed infrastructure and displaced thousands of Yemenis and destroyed property, killed people and destroyed the sources of life. And there are constant threats to oil tankers sailing in the Red Sea. It's a war which undermines our efforts, which should, in principle, be geared to mitigating the consequences of climate change. A war which has driven many thousands into exile. Ladies and gentlemen, the Yemeni government today is standing up to these challenges with all its strength and all its resources to honor its commitments to protect the lives and dignity of Yemeni citizens in the face of terrorist groups and their followers. Our government is resolved to opt for a trailblazing strategic policy to combat climate change and to incorporate this in a comprehensive strategy, relying on capacity building and more sustainable policies, which will allow us better to deal with the need to mitigate climate change while bolstering the resilience of local communities vis-à-vis disasters, especially in the coastal areas. This is based on our sincere belief that investing to combat climate change can only strengthen peace and stability. And in conclusion, on behalf of the people of Yemen, I would like to salute Saudi Arabia and the UAE, fraternal countries who have invested hugely in our capacity to deal with climate change. And we expect similar from the international community. Madam Chair, protecting our planet and making every effort to this end must mean vanquishing war and putting an end to war. First and foremost, the Israeli aggression against Gaza, which must be brought to an end because it's a crime against life. And we restate our solidarity with all countries fighting for their freedom and justice, first and foremost, the Palestinian people who've been so patient and resolute in seeking their dignity and sovereign independence. And we support the conclusions yesterday of the Riyadh summit of the Arab League and the International Islamic Conference organization. It is vital to protect planet Earth. It's a collective responsibility which requires better cooperation from all of us to tackle these challenges. It doesn't mean investing in the present, it means investing in the future as well. And from this COP, we aspire to the taking of decisions which may create a transition to a better future and a more stable and prosperous future.
Welcome His Excellency Mr. Michael Bismuth Usi, Vice President of Malawi. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Madam Chair, Your Excellencies, I bring to you greetings from the President of the Republic of Malawi, Dr. Lazarus Makafe Chakwera, and the people of Malawi. It is an honor for me to join you here today in Baku at this Cop29 summit. This gathering is a powerful reminder of our collective duty. The duty is to secure a healthy, resilient, and sustainable planet for generations to come. Your Excellencies, I'm also profoundly honored that at this conference I am wearing two hats, representing my country, Malawi, as well as the voices of 45 other nations in the least developed countries group. Excellencies, in Malawi, the climate change is not a distant abstraction. We see its effects firsthand, and we feel its impact each day. Devastating floods, prolonged droughts, and unpredictable weather patterns continue to disrupt lives, destabilize livelihoods, and threaten the well-being of future generations. For a country like Malawi, the consequences are not only economic, but also deeply inhumane. The catastrophe comprises food security, public health, and infrastructure development, exacerbates poverty, and undermines our hard-won development gains. However, in all these hardships and obstacles we are facing, Malawi remains steadfast in its commitment to climate action. Yes, as we said, we are a small country with a big heart, the big heart to surmount our hardships. Through our national determined contributions, we have committed to ambitious targets for reducing greenhouse gas emissions, enhancing climate resilience, and transitioning to sustainable energy sources. Yes, with adequate resources and partnerships, we believe these targets can transform our communities, strengthen food security, and empower our people to thrive in the face of climate changes. Your Excellencies, like I said earlier, that I am also speaking on behalf of all least developed countries, I would like to make the voice louder that the hour for change is now. Cop29 is not simply a conference, it is a call to action, a defining moment for our collective future. This conference follows a landmark decision under Globe Stake we made last year in Dubai, which reinforced that we must do more and we must do it with great resolve. As LDC's community, we call upon all the parties to implement the recommendations from the Global Stock Tech, particularly enhancing climate finance, accelerating clean energy transitions. We must collectively accelerate our transition to renewable energy and reduce dependency on fossil fuels. Strengthening adaptation, prioritizing loss and damage. This fund must be designed to directly benefit those who have suffered the most and with flexibility to meet the specific needs to each affected nation. I thank you all.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Jeremiah Kapang Young, Vice President of Liberia. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Madam President, Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Liberia congratulates the government and people of Azerbaijan for assuming the presidency of Cop29 and the wondrous hospitality accorded us. I bring you greetings from Excellency Joseph Yuma Boakai, Senior President of the Republic of Liberia. Madam President, Excellency, we have gathered here in Baku to deliberate on issues of climate change and global challenges that continue to undermine national development. This year, we witnessed most of our lowlands being flooded, giving rise to loss of lives, destruction of property, and displacement of people. This is why Cop29 must set the basis for loss and damage fund. We need a simple but accountable process that avoids unnecessary bureaucracy. Liberia calls for a stronger cooperative action and decision on Article 6.2, 6.4, and 6.8 at COP29, consistent with the African Group position in operationalizing carbon market and non-carbon credit mechanism. In 2021, Liberia formulated an ambitious second-generation nationally determined contribution committed to reduce greenhouse gas by 64% based on adequate financing. Excellency, I am pleased to inform this summit that Liberia will further increase her climate ambition during the formulation of the country's third-generation NDC, taking into consideration biodiversity protection, including the conservation of mangroves, freshwater ecosystem service, child rights, human mobility, and others. This means the issue of climate finance will be an integral part of the country's third-generation NDC. Therefore, I call on developed countries to increase their contribution in fulfilling the new collective quantified goal on climate financing. Madam President, Excellency, Liberia has established a national climate laboratory at the University of Liberia. This learning center is intended to build the human resource of the country in addressing climate challenges at the national level. To conclude, humanity has faced numerous problems in the past, but it is collective efforts that have kept us going. This is our time. If we hold together and speak with one voice, holding each other accountable in a fair and equitable manner, we will fight the nightmare of climate change and global warming, and we will succeed. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Prosper Bazuma Banza, Vice President of Burundi. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Excellences,
Excellencies, President of Cop29, heads of state and government, distinguished heads of delegation, it is an honor and a true pleasure for me to address you on behalf of our President and head of the government of Burundi at such a crucial meeting as Cop29. But at the very outset, allow me to rightly commend the warm welcome that we have received, I did myself, as did my delegation, from the government of Azerbaijan. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Burundi is a country of 1,000 green hills, of savannas and forests, is, however, being confronted by the impacts of climate change, like other countries in the world. This in our country takes the form of heavy rains and periods of dry seasons that have become longer and longer. Burundi is strongly committed, alongside countries that are signatories to the Paris Agreement, through the NDC document at our national level and the National Development Plan of Burundi 2018 to 2027. Through this document, the government of Burundi aims for ecosystems to adapt naturally to climate change. Priority actions for adaptation and mitigation to the impacts of climate change are included in all policies and programs through a multi-sectoral approach. And here, if I may, I would like to mention a program the implementation of reforestation throughout the country. This is a vast national program of tree planting, and in French this is called, in Burundi, a greener country. To ensure better operationalization and effectiveness of this program, planning and monitoring tools have been developed. In addition, far-reaching environmental programs have been integrated into teaching programs, into curricula, that is, in all levels of education, from primary to tertiary. Burundi aligns with the common position of the countries of the African continent and that of the LDCs. And in accordance with the 2030 Agenda and the Emerging Burundi Agenda, emerging by 2040 and developed by 2060. Ladies and gentlemen, Burundi would like to take this opportunity to ask the stakeholders involved in the implementation of the Paris Agreement to meet their obligations to support the countries most exposed to the impacts of climate change, including Burundi. In conclusion, the financing mechanisms, we would ask you to set up simplified processes which allow for easy access to climate funding so that the most vulnerable countries can tackle the effects of climate change as swiftly as possible. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Pedro Sanchez Perez Castion, President of the Government of Spain. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Excellencies, I've come to you to tell you a terrible truth, that we've known the science for so long, but still, some are still not accepting the fact that climate change kills. Last year, 300,000 people died, and it has just contributed to the death of over 220 of my compatriots in Spain, in the greatest natural disaster of our history. this disaster, which according to the first estimations would have been less likely and less intense without the effect of climate change. The planet, therefore, is giving us increasingly loud signals, and if we don't act in the near future, our countries will undergo more droughts, more heat waves, more torrential rain, more fires and more illnesses, and many economic sectors will collapse. Hundreds of towns and peoples will become uninhabitable, and the sea rise and the temperature rises will mean that it will be impossible to live in those places. This existential threat is obvious to everyone. They're in the academic articles and on our screens and through our windows. But at this crucial time for our humanity, we are seeing many governments hesitate and slow down when they should be accelerating, speeding up the pace, picking up the pace, and some are even denying evidence and actually turning back. They are investing in oil, they are deregulating so that the rich can become richer, knowing full well that this formula will lead us all to disaster. We can therefore not allow this to happen. We know what the problem is. We also know what we have to do to resolve this problem. We don't need drastic measures. We need drastic measures. We need to transform. We need to change the way in which we create wealth and our relationship with the planet. We need to innovate. We need to undergo decarbonisation. We need to develop more material and processes, and we need to adapt our towns and our infrastructure and adapt ourselves to new realities, climate realities. So it's not all about giving up growth, but growing more responsibly. It won't be easy, but it's possible, because evidence tells us that in my country, Spain, this is what we are doing over the last few years. We've undergone an ecological transition. We have brought about modernisation. We've reduced by 40% our emissions and our consumption of natural resources. And at the same time, we have been the economy of the OECD, which has most grown in the last few years, and we can grow equitably and respect the planet. So don't listen to those who say that the transition is incompatible with the well-being of nations, or that it is bad for the middle classes and the lower classes, the working classes rather. Rather the opposite. If we do not conquer sustainability, unless we do all of this, and if we do not live in tune with sustainability over the next 10 years, we will all fall. The first to suffer will be the middle class and the working classes, because they are the ones who work in the most threatened areas. And that's what happened in Spain, specifically in Valencia, where still some people remain unaccounted for, and many towns covered with mud. This is why, ladies and gentlemen, we must help victims. We must ensure that this does not happen again. We must ensure that natural disasters do not multiply or replicate. I can assure you, we will do this. We will continue to ensure that before 2050 we are a carbon neutral economy, and that we will abide by international standards. But we will only succeed if we all do it, because we've only got one atmosphere, and all our climate patterns are interconnected. And we'll conclude with this. As one of the most vulnerable countries to climate change, let us stop dragging our heels, denying science, and let us do what we promised to do 7 years ago in Paris. Let us save our citizens, let us save our economies, let us save the planet. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Royal Highness Al Hussein bin Abdullah II, Crown Prince of Jordan. Your Royal Highness, you have the floor.
In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful,
President Ilham Aliyev and the people and government of Azerbaijan for hosting this important summit. We have gathered here under the banner of solidarity, the family of nations joining as one to protect the planet we share. We all know that without common action, we are destined to fall short. Yet, we meet at a moment when faith in our ability to stand together is broken. When global norms, including the UN Charter and the Geneva Conventions, are being flouted with impunity. When trust in the international community to stand up for its own values has collapsed. When humanitarian violations are broadcast daily for the whole world to see, yet continue to be ignored and dismissed without consequence. Saving our planet must start from the premise that all lives are worth saving. The solidarity we need depends on embracing that truth. Yet, over the past 13 months, the world has stood by as thousands of Palestinians have been killed in Gaza, the majority women and children. How can we work together for our shared future when some are deemed unworthy of one? The ongoing violence in my region undermines peace and security beyond its borders. In the end, this will benefit no one. My part of the world is already exposed to the harsh realities of climate change, to heat, to drought, to loss of biodiversity. The war is compounding environmental challenges for Gaza and beyond. A recent United Nations Environment Programme study highlighted contamination of land, water and air. Sewage and waste management systems have been destroyed. Entire communities are now graveyards of debris. Another study found that rebuilding Gaza will result in total emissions higher than the annual emissions of more than 135 countries. An inclusive, just approach to the climate challenge requires that we address the links between climate, peace and security. Nor is this clearer than among global refugee communities and their hosts, who are some of the most vulnerable to climate change. During Cop27, His Majesty King Abdullah II launched the Global Climate Refugee Nexus Initiative. 58 countries have signed on to date, and we invite others to join. 1 in every 3 people living in Jordan is a refugee, and our infrastructure is feeling the strain. We face rising demand on stressed resources and services, including water, health and education. And while we in Jordan have made significant strides in clean energy, water conservation and climate-smart agriculture, these efforts are not enough. We need to rally communities around climate action and secure a better future for our youth and generations to come. In my country, we are implementing climate policies while grappling with the impacts of conflict. Yet, we can't solve these twin crises alone. As our summit works towards a new collective quantified goal, we must prioritize refugee hosting countries, especially those in climate hotspots, and ensure that global climate financing mechanisms uphold accountability and transparency for all. Just as urgently, we must rebuild trust in the international community itself and acknowledge past failures. Our inability to collectively do what is right is turning us into passive observers, fully aware, yet unwilling to act. As His Majesty King Abdullah has said, no one is a bystander in the fight for life on Earth. That means fighting against climate change, fighting for peace, and fighting to alleviate human suffering together, because every life is worth fighting for. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome Her Excellency Ms. Mia Amor Mortley, Prime Minister of Barbados. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Your Excellencies. It is fitting that this 29th COP should take place here in this beautiful city of Baku, standing as it does the sentinel between East and West doorway, between the global North and the global South, a bridge between the ancient, the modern, and indeed the future, with the majestic Caucasus Mountains behind us, reminding us of the heights that we must now scale in order to be successful in this process. We are in the midst of a climate crisis. We are in a season of superlatives. And the reality is that these extreme weather events that the world is facing daily suggest that humanity and the planet are hurtling towards catastrophe. The extreme weather requires from us a serious commitment at this COP with respect to new collective quantified goals that enable us to reverse the current trajectory and to fund mitigation, adaptation, and of course loss and damage. This commitment must encompass 7 critical elements. 1, the proper capitalization of the Loss and Damage Fund, and indeed the capitalization of the dedicated SIDS window in the GEF's Special Climate Change Fund. The latter remains unfunded, and the first underfunded. The reality is that the Loss and Damage Fund has only attracted $700 million, and this is despite the numerous crises besetting small island developing states, and indeed in our own region, Hurricane Beryl, which has caused serious damage to countries, from housing to public infrastructure, and indeed from agriculture to fisheries in my own country. Secondly, proper capitalization of developing countries must also include and have access to cheaper, longer-term capital in circumstances where they can scale up investments for adaptation. Thirdly, the economic noose of tightening the fiscal space must be loosened by adopting the principles, in our view, of Bridgetown Initiative 3.0 through the delivery of urgently needed financial reforms. We must change the rules of the game, shock-proof vulnerable economies, and indeed review debt sustainability while at the same time augmenting resources. Fourthly, rich countries must deliver on their commitments. We must ensure time and again that the commitments made, whether for 0.7% of GNI or indeed the $100 billion or recently the $30 billion with respect to biodiversity, that these are met. We must have transparency and accountability on the part of everyone. Fifthly, we must agree in principle that developed countries and carbon producers can, in fact, along with others who are willing, help us find new money to augment the resources. We accept that the current commitments with public money may not be sufficient, and therefore we need to consider levies, as the Global Solidarity Levies Committee and Coalition is seeking to do. If we put a $5 per ton on CO2 for fossil fuel extraction, we can raise $210 billion a year. If we put $100 per ton on CO2 for shipping, we can raise in excess of $80 billion a year. And we've not addressed aviation or indeed the elephant in the room, a 0.1% levy on all bonds and stocks that can raise us in excess of $400 billion. Sixthly, we need to deal with methane. Methane is responsible for 45% of current global warming and is 80 times as devilish as CO2 with respect to warming the planet. This makes mitigation of methane the most effective way to slow the rate of warming in our world. And I trust and pray that we can have a global methane agreement, as Pope Francis led the call earlier this year for us to see a parallel track to decarbonization. Finally, we need high-integrity carbon markets to ensure that there is fairness, and that we need a universal carbon pricing mechanism to remove the disparity between countries in the north and south. My friends, every COP must make progress irrespective of the geopolitical dynamics. There is an urgent need to reform this COP process, and I hope that we can meet that as we go forward. As we leave this city of winds and land of fire, may we ensure that our ambitions are not only high, but our actions mimic the ambitions which we have, if we are to ensure that our people are not to be the victims of this awful climate crisis. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency, Mr. Alexander De Croo, Prime Minister of Belgium. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Madam President, dear colleagues, this is not a time to falter. Emissions continue to rise and we see more and more destructive climate disasters. There is one certainty. If we do not alter our policies, we will see an increase of 3 degrees Celsius by the end of the century. Our citizens expect us to show a way out. They want us to collaborate on a faster and more resolute decarbonization and moving away from fossil fuels. We have to be ambitious in our goals, but effective and flexible in how to achieve them. Dear colleagues, meetings like these are often perceived as talking shops. And yes, these strenuous negotiations are far from perfect. But if you compare climate policy now to a decade ago, we live in different worlds. A strong majority has embarked on the journey to net zero. Yet, many challenges remain. The safest, cleanest and cheapest energy is the one we do not use. We must do more on energy efficiency. It's a win-win. Investment in clean energy is increasing everywhere, but least developed countries are missing out. We are seeing massive amounts of renewable capacity being added to our grids, but interconnectivity and storage capacity have not followed the pace. In this climate challenge, there is no one silver bullet. There is not one solution that will fix all of our issues. We need to use everything we have. Not a policy of less, but a policy of more. More growth, more cooperation, more innovation, more investment, but affordable and achievable for everyone. This is our political objective in order to ensure a just transition. Citizens will buy electric cars and will insulate their homes, but only when it makes economic sense. Allow me as well to emphasize the importance of ensuring a just climate transition. Global competition needs to be fair. In this regard, Belgium and the EU will redouble efforts to strengthen the competitiveness and the sustainability of our economy. A just transition also matters domestically, as a transition for our economies should leave no one behind and should ensure the creation of high-quality jobs. Ladies and gentlemen, let us turn to the objectives for Cop29. First, this must be the enabling COP. Let's implement what we agreed upon. Future national plans should align with the 1.5 degrees goal. Second, this is also the financing COP. The new collective quantified finance goal will be its most important deliverable. In reaching this goal, we should prioritize the needs of the least developed and the most vulnerable countries. And only when we mobilize private actors, we will reach the trillions of investments that are needed globally. Dear colleagues, Belgium has doubled its climate finance, given mostly in grants and focused on the least developed countries. On top of this, thanks to public guarantees, we mobilized an additional €500 million to developing countries. Belgium is also an adaptation champion. We have to redouble our efforts in adaptation to reduce the impact of climate change on planet and people. Adaptation is absolutely crucial to convince our citizens that they can make a difference in their lives and ensure their safety. Ladies and gentlemen, humanity could easily despair and lose hope. We could also lose ourselves in the complexity and the impossibility of the task at hand. However, we should find inspiration in what we have achieved so far. Let's create a context where these solutions become accessible to everyone. Only then COP29 will be a success. Let's make this happen. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Sir Keir Starmer, Prime Minister of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. The United Kingdom is determined to stand alongside those countries on the front line of the climate crisis today and to seize the opportunities of tomorrow. Because action on climate now is the route towards economic growth, energy security, better jobs and national security in the long term, to deliver on the Paris Agreement and keep 1.5 degrees within reach. In the first 100 days of my government, we launched Great British Energy to create clean British power. We created a national wealth fund to invest in the green industries and jobs of the future. We scrapped the ban on onshore wind, committed to no new North Sea oil and gas licences, and closed the UK's final coal power plant at the end of September, becoming the first G7 economy to phase out coal power, in line with the international agreement at Cop28 to transition from fossil fuels, and the UK's ambitious goal to be the first major economy to deliver clean power by 2030. Today I can confirm, 3 months ahead of the deadline, the UK's 2035 international target, our nationally determined contribution to reduce all greenhouse gas emissions by at least 81% on 1990 levels, aligned with 1.5 degrees. And we urge all parties to come forward with ambitious targets of their own, as we all agreed at the last COP. We will work in partnership to support other countries to develop their own commitments and transition through our forthcoming Global Clean Power Alliance. And finance will be its first focus. We will honour the commitment made by the previous government to provide £11.6 billion of climate finance between April 2021 and March 2026. But we must use public finance as a multiplier to unlock much more private investment and reform our international financial institutions. Today we launched the new CIF capital market mechanism listed on the London Stock Exchange, with the potential to mobilise up to $75 billion in additional climate capital for developing countries over the next decade, putting the UK's role as a global financial centre at the service of driving the green finance and green energy transitions. Climate action is at the heart of this government's mission for the protection and prosperity of Britain and the world, writ large across our domestic and international priorities. We are taking the urgent action needed to protect our planet and its people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Viktor Orbán, Prime Minister of Hungary. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to thank President Aliyev for hosting this important conference. Azerbaijan is a key partner for Europe in reaching our climate goals, making it the ideal place to host today's conference. Last week, Budapest hosted the European Political Community Summit and the European Council Summit as well. Almost 50 heads of state and government gathered in Budapest, where European leaders adopted a new declaration on competitiveness. The Budapest Declaration will shape the European Union's approach to climate issues as well. Our mission is to make Europe more competitive, and we approach climate protection with this vision in our mind. We are proud that Hungary is among the few countries of the world in the recent years which has been able to enhance its economic performance parallel to decreasing its emissions. We cannot sacrifice our industry or agriculture in this process. We must continue advancing the green transition while also maintaining our use of natural gas, oil and nuclear energy. The price of climate change should not be paid by our farmers. Farmers are the backbone of our economy and society. We must offer them stability and predictability to thrive. We cannot impose unrealistic quotas or burdensome rules on farmers and companies, but should offer practical support for them. The green transition and the fight against climate change should not be done against the business community, but together with it. We need clear financial guarantees and significant investment. Large corporations must contribute their fair share to climate protection. Our climate policy should be guided by careful consideration and common sense, not by ideology, alarmism or panic. Each should align with the opinion and interest of European citizens. In Hungary, we are also positioning ourselves to be a significant player in electric vehicle development and electricity storage. We continue to invest into our already robust nuclear industry, increasing its share to 70% when it comes to supplying our all electric demand. And geographically, we play a key role in energy transit between East and West. Hungary stands out in Europe with the lowest utility cost for citizens, while also achieving one of the highest rates of green energy expansion over the past several years. We are a leader in economically sustainable climate protection, ranking fourth among EU countries for reducing carbon emissions per unit of energy produced. Looking ahead, we have set even more ambitious goals by 2030. We aim not just for a 40% reduction in greenhouse emission, but for 50%. I firmly believe that by working together, we can balance ambition with pragmatism, establishing Europe as a global leader in climate action, with compromising the prosperity of our industries and agriculture. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Distinguished heads of state and government, delegates, honored guests, this brings us to the end of our national statements for today. We will continue with the delivery of national statements tomorrow at 10:00 hours in this plenary. With this, I declare this joint meeting of the COP, CMP, and the CMA adjourned. Your Excellencies, dear colleagues, we will now hear special messages. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency, Mr. Xi Jinping, President Xi Jinping's Special Representative and First Vice Premier of China. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, friends, it gives me great pleasure to attend the World Leaders Climate Action Summit as the special representative of Chinese President Xi Jinping. First of all, I am honored to convey President Xi Jinping's best wishes to Azerbaijan for hosting this summit. President Xi Jinping highly commends the positive efforts and contributions made under Azerbaijan's presidency to promoting global climate governance and wishes Cop29 a full success. It has been 30 years since the UNFCCC entered into force. Standing at this new starting point, we need to work together for satisfactory outcomes of COP29 to live up to the keen expectations of the international community. To this end, I would like to make 3 propositions. First, the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities is the cornerstone for strengthening global climate governance. Developed countries need to increase climate ambition and action, take the lead in fulfilling emission reduction obligations, and move up the timeline for carbon neutrality. Developing countries also need to do our best within our capabilities. The Chinese side will submit its 2035 nationally determined contributions that are economy-wide and cover all greenhouse gases, and strive to achieve carbon neutrality before 2060. Second, The complete transformation of growth models is the fundamental solution to climate change. China's high-quality production capacity, as exemplified by its manufacturing of electric vehicles, lithium batteries, and PV products, provides a significant boost for the green development of the world. The international community should work together to accelerate energy transition in an equitable, orderly, and just manner, keep the industrial and supply chains of new energy stable, facilitate the accessibility and innovation of green products and technologies. Third, funds and technology are critical to improving the capacity to tackle climate change. Since 2016, China has provided and mobilized more than 177 billion yuan of project funds in support of other developing countries' climate response. We call on developed countries to increase financial support and technology transfer for developing countries and expect more ambitious funding targets to be set at Cop29 so that confidence and guarantees can be provided for a global climate response in the next stage. China will work with all parties to uphold the vision of building a community with a shared future for mankind and jointly build a clean and beautiful world. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome Mr. Hashim Sumitro Dijojo Hadikusumo, Special Envoy to the President of Indonesia. You have the floor.
I am representing my President, Prabowo Subianto, who unfortunately cannot attend this important event due to prior commitments. He promises to enhance Indonesia's climate action and continue the policies set out by his predecessors. President Prabowo envisions economic growth beyond 8% per year and ensures green, resilient, and inclusive development for all of our people. This vision determines our ambition to reduce greenhouse gas emissions towards net zero by 2060 or sooner, and avoiding 1 billion tons of carbon dioxide emissions. We are shifting from fossil fuel-based to renewable-based development with 75% of additional power generation capacity. 70,000 kilometers of smart transmission lines will be constructed to transmit energy across Indonesia's main and most populous islands. Indonesia will also develop a green smart grid, adding 42 gigawatts of wind and solar power, tripling energy capacity totaling 75 gigawatts. Affordable clean energy will be provided to accelerate growth, create more jobs, ensure food security, and alleviate poverty for the people's prosperity, while balancing growth with environmental sustainability. We will commence to reforest more than 12 million hectares of severely degraded forests over time, revitalize degraded land to increase food production, protect our oceans for a prosperous blue economy, and empower our local communities for climate resilience and quality green jobs. Our efforts require three enablers: a comprehensive green growth policy framework, which we are finalizing, massive investments of $235 billion, and international collaboration. We need to mobilize global resources in terms of technology, finance, and investment, forming a united front to combat global warming and reclaim humankind's right to survive. Indonesia is indeed blessed with extensive saline aquifers, which offer nearly 500 gigatons of carbon capture and storage capacity. Several multinational companies have expressed high interest in such multi-billion-dollar projects. We further commit to developing a robust carbon market, starting with optimizing Indonesia's 557 million tons of verified carbon credits. We must work together to provide a better future for next generations. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Your Excellencies, Dear colleagues, I wish you a good evening. The high-level segment will resume tomorrow.
11 de la mañana estamos. ¿Ha salido el programa?
Se ha dejado el micrófono encendido.